Chapter 315. There was definitely a reason why Yuan Qinghua was known as the best of the batch. She had a strong endurance, quick reflexes, and even faster movements. Even though Yuan Qinghua's star power was in a mess due to the sound of silence, and the pain was unbearable, she still tried her best to escape out of the domain of sound of silence. She liked to laugh and fool around. However, there was an unyielding heart beneath that sweet face. This was a strong and unyielding person, a person who was obsessed with victory. Damn it, damn it. Gong Yuga, who was in the bottom right corner, felt insulted and even felt that her intelligence was being rubbed against the ground. She raised her hands abruptly, and the ground in the enemy's half of the arena seemed to be about to be torn apart. Gong Yuga yelled angrily, I'm here. I'm here. Come at me if you have the guts. However, Jiang Xiao seemed to be even more infuriated. Gong Yuga, go to hell. He then threw another shot of sound of silence at Yuan Qinghua's head. Everyone was speechless. Yuan Qinghua's body staggered, looking battered and exhausted. Such a scene shocked everyone. Why? Because of Yuan Qinghua's high popularity. Because she was the best of the batch. It was also because of the powerful strength that she had displayed in the preliminary round, which was in stark contrast to her current performance. Her strength was definitely not just for show. It was verified by the audience, and she had fought her way to the top in the ancient imperial mausoleum. But now, Yuan Qinghua originally had a large number of loyal followers. Upon sight of such a scene, the fans completely exploded. In an instant, Jiang Xiao was scolded by the fans. Are you still human? Are you still a man? Just you wait. Don't let us seize the opportunity. Are you King blind? You've hit the wrong person. Do you know that? Go and sound of silence. What kind of sound of silence is this? Why do I feel that it's poisonous? At the same time, the white flame star map with 30 star slots appeared vaguely, and the 10th golden star slot suddenly lit up. Her tall and slender body was instantly covered with a translucent flame shield. At the next moment, the 11th golden star slot lit up, and a dark blue scepter suddenly appeared in his right hand. Just a few meters behind him was the sound of an erupting volcano. That was Gong Yuga's anger. The earth that was torn apart was slightly arched, and fireballs and magma were shooting out crazily. However, Han Jiangxue didn't seem to feel it all. In fact, she even ignored the sound of the fireballs and lava splashing on her flame shield. She simply gripped the dark blue scepter in her hand tightly. Han Jiangxue raised her head slightly, and all of a sudden, a thunderbolt descended from the sky, tearing the iron cage and blasting a huge hole in it. Distance was enough to change many things. The position chosen by Great Bay High School was very ingenious. They had calculated that Jiang Zhao's sound of silence would not last long enough and that Han Jiangxue's chain lightning would not be able to reach them. But Jiang Zhao's sound of silence had been upgraded to platinum quality, while Han Jiangxue had advanced to the galaxy stage. She had also absorbed the terrifying star technique Dark Blue Scepter that had a wide attack range. The thick lightning bolt landed on Yuan Qinghua's body. A mouthful of blood. A miserable shriek. There were sounds of shock and astonishment. The audience gasped one after another. The development of the situation was clearly beyond everyone's expectations. No matter how strong a Rules Awakened in the Galaxy stage was, it would be impossible for him to crush an agility warrior in the Galaxy stage to such an extent. Was everything that happened in front of them caused by their abilities? Was it caused by their professions? No. The inconspicuous assistant was the one who caused all of this. What is that damned assistant doing now? At this moment, Jiang Xiao was scurrying around because of the heat. The target of the small volcano that Gong Yuga threw out was Jiang Xiao, not Han Jiangxue. Gong Yuga had already formulated a plan. At the beginning of the battle, he did not take the initiative to throw out his star technique at all. Instead, he ran away. It was because Gong Yuga knew that he had successfully aggroed Jiang Xiao. So he played a trick. He ran away. This was a race that he had bet his entire career on. Since he was already destined to be silenced, why should he throw out his star technique? He immediately walked out of the range of the sound of silence to support his teammates. Once again, he dragged the enemy into the sound of silence and made Jiang Xiaopi keep his eyes on him. That's the right thing to do. Gong Yuga did that, but he didn't receive the sound of silence. The abominable Jiang Xiaopi kept calling his name, but he kept smashing the blue and white porcelain repeatedly. Gong Yuga was trembling in anger. He was not silenced, but he felt like he might vomit blood at any time. In extreme anger, Gong Yuga made a relatively correct decision, which was to risk his life and interfere with Jiang Xiao. He was right to risk his life because no one cared about him. Everyone's eyes were on Yuan Qinghua, which was an indisputable fact. Gong Yuga roared maniacally, tearing the ground apart and splashing fireballs and magma. Jiang Xiao was not as capable as Han Jiangxue, so he had no choice but to retreat quickly. Jiang Xiao shrieked loudly because of the heat. He was no longer silenced. However, the outcome seemed to have been decided because Han Jiangxue had taken over. The bolt of lightning not only struck Yuan Qinghua, but also struck the hearts of all the supporters of Great Bay High School. Under the splashing magma, Han Jiangxue was in the flame shield, holding onto the dark blue scepter and scathed while summoning the lightning. On the other hand, Xia Yin dragged her giant sword and sprinted at an extremely fast speed while continuously swinging the flame arc. Her figure was getting closer and closer to Yuan Qinghua. Everything seemed to be a foregone conclusion. At this moment, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred. There was never a lack of miracles in this world, let alone people who created miracles. The shield warrior of Great Bay High School, Su Xinyan, who had always been neglected, had given Great Bay High School a spark of hope. Jiang Zhao's sound of silence moved along with Yuan Qinghua. The shield warrior Su Xinyan did not walk the same distance as Yuan Qinghua and instead fled along the sidelines. After escaping from the sound of silence, he did not have any control star techniques to rescue Yuan Qinghua, nor did he have any long-range star techniques to harass his opponent. Su Xinyan's heart was struggling. He knew that even if he held the shield, once he got close to Yuan Qinghua, the shield would definitely disappear. He also knew that if he went, whether he lived or died, it would really be decided by the heavens. Su Xinyan was only in the nebulous stage, and he did not have the physique of Yuan Qinghua, who was in the galaxy stage. He did not know how many times he could resist Han Jiangshue's attacks without a shield, but Su Xinyan dashed in resolutely. It's all up to you. The shield warrior's body was almost parallel to the ground. Without any control star techniques, he had no choice but to use his body to slam forward. Bang! Yuan Qinghua's slender body was knocked away and knocked out of the sound of silence. Han Jiangshue's pupils constricted and she raised the scepter in her hand, but her body tilted violently. The torn ground actually opened up under her feet, and the surging magma and the fireballs that shot out hit the flame shield frantically, causing Han Jiangxue to fall to the ground. Xia Yin, who was galloping away, was shocked. While running, the golden star slot in the two-handed sword star map suddenly lit up. Gold quality star technique asterisk body of star power. A massive amount of star power gathered in Xia Yan's body, and a giant blade made of star power was continuously pieced together. When Xia Yan slashed down, it quickly took shape. Yuan Qinghua's body rolled on the green grass while blood flowed out of the corners of her mouth. Her eyes seemed to be in a daze as she watched the giant blade made of star power slashing towards her. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Yuan Qinghua's body was like a television with poor reception as her body flickered. At the moment before the giant blade made of star power slashed down, everyone only saw Yuan Qinghua trying her best to dodge and roll away. Why was it all they saw? It was because Xia Yan's giant blade had entered the arena. The massive Xia Yan was holding onto the giant blade as if she was going to split the ground into two. All of a sudden, star power overflowed, and the turf and gravel flew everywhere. The explosion caused by the contact between the astral power and the ground was accompanied by billowing smoke spreading out in the field. There was an uproar in the stadium, which had a capacity of nearly 60,000 people. Be it the audience in front of the television or the live audience, all of them were filled with shock as they watched the scene in front of them in disbelief. They initially thought that it would be a fierce battle, but to their surprise, it turned out to be a one-sided victory. Everyone said that the newly advanced rules awakened had arrived, but no one really thought that Han Jiangxue could cause much of a stir. After all, she had just entered Galaxy and had only been there for 3 days. Everyone was also saying that there was a dark horse in this tournament. Its attitude was barbaric, and it was rampaging through the ranks of the powerhouses. However, no one really thought that this team would be able to go far, because their path was full of misfortune. They had met this year's number one, and they had encountered an insurmountable mountain. Today, at this moment, everyone suddenly realized that this team was not a dark horse that only knew how to charge around with its head lowered. Instead, it was a wolf that was full of ambition and had a fierce glare in its eyes. Its heart was full of desire. It was thirsty and hungry, but to what extent? From the moment the competition started, it had already pounced on the enemy and bit the enemy's throat with its sharp fangs, never letting go. Chapter 3:16. In the changing rooms and resting rooms, a group of semi-finalists looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Liu Yang and Kai Yao looked at each other. The shield warrior, Zhang Qinzhou, looked even more worried. Kai Yao said, "It's a bad thing, but also a good thing." The shield warrior He Fan was puzzled. "Why do you say that?" After a brief pondering, Kai Yao replied, "Fighting Beijiang province is better than Nanyue province." Zhang Qinzhou was slightly startled. "Even now, you still think so?" Kai Yao nodded and said, "We think from different perspectives. You can ask Liu Yang if he's more willing to meet Yuan Qinghua or Han Jiangxue, since he's the only output point of our team." Liu Yang scratched his head and said, "Of course I'm more willing to touch Han Jiangxue." That's right. Liu Yang, who was also a melee fighter, was completely suppressed by Yuan Qinghua without any blind spots. However, it was different when he met Han Jiangxue. Although Han Jiangxue was also the overlord of the Galaxy stage, she was at least a rules awakened. Hence, Liu Yang could still display his own style and characteristics. To his surprise, Liu Yang added, "I can touch Han Jiangxue, but I don't want to bump into Jiang Xiaopi." Everyone, Kai Yao said, "When I was in the ancient Imperial Mausoleum, I specially asked him about his star technique of silence. At that time, he was very vague about it, and I had no choice but to observe it myself. I thought that the duration, range, and casting distance of his star technique of silence were similar to mine, but now it seems that his casting distance is at least greater than mine." Zhang Qinzhou comforted, "At least the main function of silence should be fixed for 10 seconds. As for the other aspects of the star technique, everyone's star map is different, and the degree of compatibility and application of the star technique is different too. Jiang Xiaopi is like a wolf in sheep's clothing. He's a well-deserved powerhouse who has been deceived by everyone. You have to correct your mindset." Kai Yao sighed. "Let's get through this round first. If we're lucky enough to enter the next round, we can study the formation again." All kinds of discussions took place in the locker rooms of the various teams, and the venue was bustling with noise and excitement. Oh my God, this scene was simply too shocking. Xia Yin used her gold-quality star technique, Body of Star Power. We shouldn't have seen such a star technique from the Star Warriors. Awakened in the nebulous stage. The host, Kai Xiaoqi, explained excitedly. The commentator was already at the scene, and, at this moment, the male host was looking up at the massive Xia Yin that was made of blue star power. Yi Xuanyang nodded repeatedly. This is the case. This is a star technique from the Arsenal dimensional space that is unique to the 3 northern provinces of our country. It's considered a special regional star technique. Kai Xiaoqi praised, "Here's the thing. Our country is vast and has a vast territory. Each region has its own special star technique. What a magnificent country." The host was very excited and very passionate. However, these emotions did not affect the students in the match. No one from Beijiang stopped. This was the national competition, and no one was weak. This was the place of miracles and the birthplace of superheroes. Every year, there were all kinds of gods who turned the tide, and people took delight in talking about them. The students from Jiangbin High School did not want to be part of such a background. Han Jiangshue's instructions before the start of the competition were still lingering in their ears. No one is allowed to stop until the referee blows the whistle. Jiang Zhao's sound of silence and Deng Xiang's medical fog were both thrown into the central area where Xia Yan's giant sword had been slashed. Jiang Xiao wanted to completely suppress Yuan Qinghua, while Deng Xiang wanted to heal it. Due to the fact that Deng Xiang could not see the figure in the dust, she did not even use a single healing spell. Instead, she used group healing. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao threw a sound of silence at Deng Xiang, who was still on the right side of the opponent. Due to the fact that Deng Xiang had been accompanying the rules awakened Gong Yuga, Jiang Zhao's sound of silence also affected Gong Yuga. Meanwhile, Gong Yuga happened to be releasing his star technique. Gong Yuga was in trouble. Gong Yuga's face immediately turned livid, and he had a sullen expression. He felt that the star power in his body was in a mess, and he could not suppress it at all. That was not the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that the astral power in his body was too violent. It started to rampage in his body and hurt his internal organs. Gong Yuga cursed in his heart. Damn it, is this sound of silence? Is this the effect that sound of silence is supposed to have? Does that damn Jiang Xiaopi have any other star techniques mixed in? How dare he plot against me? Gong Yuga found it difficult to move. Compared to Yuan Qinghua, he did not have the physique of a galaxy stage cultivator. Hence, he staggered a little. He even wanted to bend over and clutch his abdomen while lowering his head to vomit, let alone walk out of the sound of silence. Rumble. Thunder and lightning poured down while Han Jiangxue held the dark blue scepter in her hand and struck Gong Yuga to the ground with a bolt of lightning. The electric current poured down and flowed in all directions. The creeping electric current also affected Deng Xiang, who was beside him, causing Deng Xiang to freeze while she was casting her star technique. Gong Yuga and Deng Xiang's nightmare continued. Han Jiangxue finally rushed to the middle of the line and threw out the chain lightning. Gong Yuga and Deng Xiang, who were already trapped in the sound of silence, completely became playthings of the thunder and lightning. Due to the fact that the two of them were relatively far away from the others, the chain lightning could only shuttle back and forth between them. All of a sudden, the screams of both men and women filled the air. There was another loud sound from the gigantic Xia Yan. After the giant sword slashed down, Xia Yan did not hesitate at all. She raised her left foot and stomped down fiercely. She could not see Yuan Qinghua's position either, but the massive body of star power allowed her to stomp on a large area. Hence, she should be able to deal a heavy blow to Yuan Qinghua. Beep, 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 beep. The hurried whistles sounded one after another, and the sound penetrated the thick smoke and green lawn. Through the loudspeaker, the referee's voice could be heard clearly in the huge stadium. Gong Yuga and Deng Xiang have lost their ability to fight. Han Jiangxue hurriedly stopped. Of course, she wouldn't attack the two of them again. She switched to another star technique and struck the shield warrior Su Xinyan with lightning again. At this moment, the halo of nostalgia beneath Han Jiangxue's feet flashed and disappeared. An outstanding dad. Support has to keep his own output in mind at all times. Han Jiangxue benefited greatly from the strike of lightning and felt that the star power in her body had increased tremendously. However, not only her star power, but her vitality had also increased by a large margin. Han Jiangxue's breathing stagnated and she felt like her blood was boiling. However, it was still within her control. If she were to receive another 2 strikes, she would probably enter a state of extreme excitement. Of course, that was not what Jiang Xiao wanted to see. Hence, the halo of nostalgia beneath Han Jiangxue's feet flashed and disappeared. Beep, 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 beep. The sharp and ear-piercing whistle sounded again, and the referee said, Su Xinyan, Xia Yan has lost her ability to fight. Everyone was dumbfounded. Xia Yan lost her ability to fight. Jiang Xiao looked up abruptly, only to discover that Xia Yan's body was standing at the heart of the gigantic star power Xia Yan. Her eyes were widened, and she was clutching her neck with both hands. At the same time, the gigantic star power Xia Yan also abandoned the giant star power blade and covered her neck with her large hands. Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding, and he hurriedly cast a blessing. Uft! The gigantic star power Xia Yan shattered, and her body fell vertically from the sky before landing heavily on the green lawn. She placed her palms in front of her eyes in a daze, and indeed saw traces of blood. The wound on Xia Yan's neck was not deep, and under Jiang Zhao's blessing, the wound was continuously healing. However, Xia Yan knew that she had lost. If this was a battlefield, she would have already died. Yuan Qinghua was still there. The top student of the cohort was still living in the dust with her last hope. Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table and stood up. Oh my God, what did we just see? This was a splendid assassination. Yuan Qinghua is still alive, and she hasn't admitted defeat. She's still holding on. Her understanding of star techniques is simply terrifying. Yi Xuanyang exclaimed in excitement. A perfect sneak attack and perfect timing. Is this going to be the Great Bay High School's counterattack? Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, damn it, I clearly got the upper hand, but I didn't manage to turn the advantage into a victory. Li Wei held onto the shield and hurriedly retreated with Han Jiangxue. He yelled, when the dust dissipates, retreat. Xiaopi, come closer to me. Don't be left alone. Don't be left alone. Jiang Xiao did not dare to agree with Li Wei's choice. What a joke. How can 3 people be threatened by 1 person? How badly did Yuan Qinghua get smashed by Sound of Silence just now? She was seriously injured by Han Jiangxue's thunderbolt just now. Are we supposed to cooperate with her and retreat now to give her a chance to catch her breath? Jiang Xiao moved. He walked towards Li Wei and Han Jiangxue, who were retreating, but he did not join them. Instead, he brushed past them. While everyone watched in astonishment, Jiang Xiao actually brushed past the 2 of them. Li Wei even reached out to grab Jiang Xiao, but Jiang Xiao dodged it. Next, Jiang Xiao seemed to be communicating with Li Wei and Han Jiangxue verbally. Li Wei seemed to have heard something unbelievable as he stared dumbfoundedly at Jiang Xiao, who was walking forward. Han Jiangxue's footsteps were also a little flustered because Jiang Xiao, who passed by just now, said 2 words to her. Jiang Xiao drew out the giant sword on his back and strode forward. He walked to a position close to the center circle of the court alone. He walked straight to the center circle of the court alone. He went there alone. He dragged the giant sword with both hands and yelled at the dust that had yet to dissipate. Yuan Qinghua. The audience was dumbfounded. They seemed to have seen a heroic little brass carrying a giant sword and rushing towards the strongest king who could destroy heaven and earth. That wasn't all. That brat even said, I'm not convinced. Jiang Xiao was extremely arrogant and domineering as he held the giant sword in front of him. Come out. Let's fight one-on-one. Boom, boom. The atmosphere in the stadium that was filled with tens of thousands of people exploded. Chapter 317. The atmosphere in the stadium that was filled with tens of thousands of people seemed to have been detonated as they cheered, discussed, and cursed. Damn it. Beat him to death. Yuan Qinghua, beat him to death. Is he an elementary school student? Why is he so brave? He looks like brass. I, Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. Is he that fierce? The warrior is dead, and the support is going to move forward with a sword? Does he really think that Hua Hua is retarded? This kid must be up to no good. Hua Hua, don't touch him. Yes, hide and rest for a while. Don't fall into his trap. I'm afraid you guys have some misunderstanding about invisibility. That kind of star technique consumes star power. In the stands, Wu Haoyang even grabbed Qian Zhuang's shoulders with both hands in agitation, almost crushing them. Qian Zhuang gasped and said, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts, and Looming smacked Qian Zhuang's head and said, Your condition has worsened again? Why are you stuttering? Qian Zhuang was speechless. Wu Haoyang's eyes were glinting, and he was full of fighting spirit. Great. Jiang Xiaopi. He actually has the demeanor of invincible one-on-one. And Yu covered her mouth with her hand and said with a look of shock, "Did he steal it from you? You've led such a good support astray." And Looming blinked and seemed to have thought of something. "Huh, I remember now. I've seen that video before. You sneaked to Jiangbin High School to challenge Xia Yin and stood downstairs yelling." Xiaopi then came back with roasted cold noodles and said that it wanted to report you to the teacher. And Yu chimed in, "Yes, the belt must have been damaged that time." On the battlefield, Jiang Shao raised his giant sword and placed it in front of him. He looked at the dust on the enemy's side and yelled, "Fight!" Apart from the buzzing of the audience in the stadium, there was no movement in the green field. In the distance, Li Wei and Han Jiangxue changed their direction and slowly moved toward Jiang Shao. Li Wei seemed to have changed his strategy as the shield in his hand disappeared. However, he still had a wary expression on his face. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue strengthened her flame shield and looked around vigilantly with her beautiful eyes. In the middle of the field, not far away, Jiang Shao slowly rotated his body and observed his surroundings vigilantly. He then shouted at the empty field, "This sword is the Xia family sword. This technique is the Xia family's swordsmanship." The audience? Why did this kid suddenly start telling stories? They were fighting. Be serious. Jiang Shao continued, "My master is Xia Yin, and I've been practicing swordsmanship for a year. However, I've already surpassed Xia Yin by several years." Xia Yin was dumbfounded. At this moment, Xia Yin had already been kicked out of the arena. She grabbed onto the net of the cage and stared at Jiang Shao in bewilderment, her face full of bewilderment. "In the past, Xia Yin was the one who taught me, and now I'm the one teaching her." Jiang Zhao's voice was calm, and he said something that shocked everyone. "My talent is really exaggerated. It is no exaggeration to say that I am now a grandmaster." How could there be someone who called himself a grandmaster? Is there something wrong with this kid? He's too damn shameless. The audience who thought that Jiang Zhao's actions were a trap, and those who did not support Yuan Qinghua's actions, all turned against him. They now wished that Yuan Qinghua could appear immediately and stab Jiang Shao to death. Jiang Shao happened to turn around, and the halo of nostalgia suddenly lit up beneath his feet. However, it disappeared in a flash. She hasn't taken the bait yet. Jiang Shao still did not find Yuan Qinghua. Hence, he continued to speak in a calm voice that was transmitted to everyone's ears through the microphone. "There are a total of 9 moves in the Xia family swordsmanship, and I've mastered them in half a year. I just lack a decent opponent. I lack a chance to prove myself." Jiang Shao continued, "My swordsmanship can no longer be described with words like perfection and mastery. My current saber technique has already reached the pinnacle of perfection, the acme of perfection." The noisy stadium gradually quieted down, and everyone stared at the boy in the middle of the field in a daze, not knowing how to comment on him. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as him. What was even more terrifying was that the child standing in the middle of the field was actually so serious and solemn. Of course, none of the contestants who could stand in the national competition were weak. However, it's terrifying that you're so conceited. Some kind-hearted spectators even had special thoughts. They hoped that Jiang Shao would suffer some setbacks and blows so that he could face himself and the world squarely. Is such a good seedling going to be destroyed because of his conceit? This assistant from Beijing province was not joking at all. There were too many spectators who did not know the truth. After all, the national competition was an annual event that attracted a large number of new spectators. However, most of those who had watched Jiang Zhao's competition knew what he was like. "Are you still not going to show up? Do you think I'm not worthy of being your opponent? You're seriously injured now, and I'm in the nebulous stage. You and I can fight." Jiang Shao suddenly raised his voice and said with a serious expression, "In order to prove myself, I'm willing to fight you with my transcendent swordsmanship." Jiang Shao hollered, "There are a total of 9 styles in the Xia family swordsmanship. Because I've mastered it, I've already created the 10th style. Let's wait and see." Let me show you what I'm capable of, and see if I'm qualified to fight you." The audience held their breaths and stared at the young man in the field in anticipation. Jiang Shao hollered, the tense style of the Xia family swordsmanship. Hidden dagger in a smile. Jiang Shao then held the giant sword in his hand and suddenly spun in a circle on the spot before laughing out loud. "Ha ha 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 ha! Sword, ha 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 ha!" All of a sudden, the spectators had a strange expression on their faces, as if they were about to suffer from internal injuries. They were most afraid of people who talked nonsense with a straight face. Puffed. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Shao suddenly heard sounds coming from above his head. It was a mixture of laughter and coughing, which was very unique. Jiang Shao raised his hand and cast a sound of silence. A girl who loves to laugh. Damn it, I'm so unlucky. Yuan Qinghua, who was hanging from the top of the cage with her fingers hooked in the mesh hole of the cage, really couldn't help but laugh. It was unknown if she was amused, infuriated, or coughed due to internal injuries. She finally revealed some clues. Jiang Zhao's reaction was extremely fast. The shot of sound of silence was like a fly swatter. Not only did the invisible Yuan Qinghua appear, but also slapped her body down. Who asked you not to have facial paralysis? Who asked you to be cheerful and laugh so much? You clearly know that you're a girl who has a low threshold for laughing. So why did you still choose to be an assassin? Rumble. Han Jiangxue had facial paralysis, and she didn't laugh. Hence, she struck Yuan Qinghua from the air and struck her onto the ground. When the King of Lightning went crazy, he would disregard everyone. When the toxic healer of Beijiang went crazy, he would even cast sound of silence. Looking at the landing spot of Yuan Qinghua, Jiang Shao threw a shot of sound of silence under his feet. He completely cut off Yuan Qinghua's escape route. Judging from the position of Yuan Qinghua, it seems that she really wants to assassinate Jiang Shao. However, Han Jiangshue's star power seemed to be free. She wouldn't stop until the referee blew the whistle. A bolt of lightning struck Yuan Qinghua's body, accelerating her landing and smashing her into the turf. Afterwards, Han Jiangxue never put down her dark blue scepter. The electric current that was pouring down was spreading everywhere, and Jiang Shao, who was at the side, was definitely affected. He was severely electrocuted. Han Jiangxue didn't pay any attention to Jiang Shao, whether it was intentional or unintentional. However, for some reason, the appearance of such a scene made the people of the country feel rather vindicated. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched slightly. She stood outside the barbed wire and suddenly felt a little dizzy. The 10th form of the Xia family swordsmanship. Xia Yan still remembered the names of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd forms that Jiang Shao had adapted. All kinds of snatching love. Xia Yan held her forehead and felt that she had suffered internal injuries too. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded one after another, and Han Jiangxue suddenly stopped moving. There was dead silence in the venue. A few seconds later, thunderous applause sounded. Although some of the audience had yet to recover from a shock, there were nearly 60,000 people present. Even if only half of them were applauding, it would still be earth-shattering. Some of the audience were still stunned by the last scene of the battle. Jiang Shao used an extremely special method to find an assassin in the galaxy stage. It was simply unbelievable. Some of the audience approved of Jiang Shao. No matter what method he used, he would be successful as long as he achieved his goal. A small number of the audience were even full of admiration and praise for Jiang Shao. What was the so-called competition about? It was about people, cooperation, star power, star techniques, but it was far more than that. A competition is a competition of brains, schemes, quick wits, and your on-the-spot reactions. To put it bluntly, Jiang Shao was just sending himself to his death. He used himself as bait to attract the Yuan dynasty's green flower. He knew that he wouldn't die. Even if his neck was slit, he would be able to squeeze out the sound of silence in his hand at the moment of death. Why was Jiang Shao so confident? Because there was a referee. Jiang Shao might not be able to react to the fact that he had been killed, but the referee would know and immediately announce that Jiang Shao had lost the competition. To put it bluntly, Jiang Shao just had to listen to the whistle and wave his hands in sound of silence. Judging from the position where Yuan Qinghua appeared, Jiang Shao had succeeded. He was a huge bait. After all, he had the sound of silence. However, Yuan Qinghua didn't attack immediately. She didn't act rashly. Since Jiang Zhao's plan had failed, he came up with another one. He spoke tirelessly, telling a half-true, half-false story to attract Yuan Qinghua's attention. Then, he made a sharp turn and exposed her. Pay attention to the target of his jokes. It wasn't the cold and aloof Han Jiangxue, but the lively and cheerful Yuan Qinghua. When a battle went from hurting the enemy's body and depriving them of their lives to attacking the enemy's personality, who would say that the quality of the battle wasn't high? Everyone understood the logic, but Xia Yin pressed her forehead against the cold wire and grabbed her chestnut-colored hair in distress. Why? Why can't I feel the joy of victory? The 10th form of the Xia family's swordsmanship lingered in Xia Yan's mind for a long time, like a magical sound. Xia Yan's hand trembled as she touched the blade on her back, feeling conflicted. Being in the top 4 is already very good. Otherwise, the team from Jiangbin High School should just stop here, right? I'll go and kill Jiang Xiaopi. Chapter 318. At this moment, Jiang Xiao was curled up in the corner of the hotel room. Weak, pitiful, helpless, but very naughty. In front of Jiang Xiao was Xia Yin, who was trembling in anger and pacing back and forth. Ever since the referee blew the whistle to end the match, the audience in the stadium gave thunderous applause and cheers. Amidst the thunderous applause, Xia Yin kicked open the barbed wire gate and stepped into the green field, targeting Jiang Xiao. Well, in general, it's still all right. Xia Yin has matured a lot. At least, she didn't teach Jiang Xiao a lesson in front of everyone. She simply grabbed the back of Jiang Zhao's neck skillfully and quickly dragged him back to the changing room. Jiang Xiao once again transformed into the little bamboo rat and was grabbed by the back of Fate's neck. However, Jiang Xiao was very unyielding, so he did not whine. What a joke. As a man, how could he whine and whine so easily? Jiang Xiao was mainly afraid that he would not be able to control himself and end up punching himself to death. After returning to the lounge, even Han Jiangxue, who could dictate Xia Yan's emotions, dared not approach her to persuade her. After all, Jiang Xiao had indeed carried forward the Xia family's swordsmanship during the competition. Jiang Xiao leaned against the wall and asked meekly, "What are we having for lunch later?" Li Wei was speechless. Xia Yin paced back and forth and suddenly stopped in her tracks. She then turned around and looked down at Jiang Xiao. Her beautiful eyes were very fierce. She was no longer a husky. Her fierce look was very much like a German shepherd chasing criminals. Xia Xiaomu fiercely glared at Jiang Xiao and paced back and forth again, seemingly trying to control his anger and thinking about how to deal with Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao knew that she wouldn't be appeased anytime soon, so he lowered his head, buried his face in his arms, and secretly played with his mobile phone. 8 black skin, 16, 17. Does he want to get the chicken dinner in the national competition? Black 8. Black 8. Hey, Ba. Some people look like contestants on the surface, but they are actually there to tell jokes. Smiley emoji. Dog. Black 8. There's nothing more exciting than this. Jiang. Small. Naughty. On behalf of all the brave brass, I call you the strongest. You only know how to be naughty every day. Mischievous. Would he be successful in the future? I can go to the national competition and tell jokes to the goddess. Some people smile and smile away. Sad emoji. A large number of fans flooded the official website of the competition authorities, the official Weibo account, and Jiang Zhao's Weibo account. At this moment, the number of Jiang Zhao's fans was increasing rapidly. After all, the National League was the focus of the entire country and even the world. Such a stage produced superstars every year. The protagonist today was undoubtedly Jiang Xiao. This match was hailed as the battle of the century. Dark Horse, Powerhouse, Beijiang Province's first semi-final in 35 years. Galaxy Stage Melee Fighter. Galaxy Stage rules awakened, 30-star slots, and so on. There were too many keywords that made this battle the center of attention. No one would have imagined that the one standing at the top of the stage was an assistant with 9-star slots. Supporting role, you're stealing the show. Holding the giant sword, Jiang Xiao laughed into the sky, using a unique method to enter the eyes of the world. At the same time, Jiang Xiao no longer had any secrets left. The power of the netizens was terrifying. In the next 2 to 3 days, all of Jiang Xiao's information, including his background, and so on, would be dug out. In the beginning, everyone was very friendly, but as time passed, a question brewed and gradually pushed Jiang Xiao to the forefront. Do you really have 9-star slots? A long time ago, a media reporter asked Jiang Xiao, "Why do I feel that you have one more star technique? You keep saying that you have 9-star slots, but your qualifications are so low. Why do you have such a reasonable combination of star techniques? You even have the star technique silence that ordinary people can't obtain? Do you really only have 9-star slots? Are you trying to hype things up? Do you want to get more attention? Why have you never lit up your star map before? I'm asking you on behalf of the people to immediately light up your star map and prove yourself. Stop deceiving the people." The semifinals were to be held on the 16th of May. In just a short period of 2 to 3 days, Jiang Xiao seemed to have become a big villain who had committed the most heinous crimes and was labeled with the words "deceiving the world to gain a reputation." Someone was the one who set the pace, but they were certain that Jiang Xiaopi wanted to set himself up as a pitiful young man who wanted to stand on the highest stage with the lowest qualifications and shine. He wanted everyone to admire his hard work and admire his valuable spiritual qualities. The entire nation would regard him as their idol, and his tragic story would be spread in China in the future. Jiang Xiaopi, wild ambition, fishing for fame. He deserves to die a horrible death. If not, do you dare to light up your star map to prove yourself? Jiang Xiao was a little dumbfounded. How did the competition end up like this? The problem is, who am I going to prove it to? To some of the netizens? Why should I prove it to them? Is it to satisfy their curiosity? Jiang Xiao thought to himself, I'm a serious competitor, not a prostitute. Come to think of it, even the brothel's technician was still holding a pipa. Don't even think about seeing her without enough money. What am I lacking? Am I inferior to those who learn martial arts? Am I inferior to those who play the lute? Preposterous. It's all art. Who are you looking down on? Jiang Xiao had been very quiet for the past few days, mainly because he was studying how to deal with the enemies with his team members. Hence, Jiang Xiao did not respond to the questions on the internet. However, some netizens solved the case. The case was solved very quickly, and it only took a few days. The conspiracy theorist's face was already red and swollen, and he didn't even realize where the slap came from. Simply put, Jiang Zhao's star map never lit up again after he entered Jiangbin High School. However, when he graduated from junior high school, he went through the official procedures of the country. Back then, Jiang Xiaopi, was the Star Warriors of the Beijiang Province Star Association, who cooperated with the junior high school teachers to start the Awakened and light up their star maps. Not only could the teachers, students, and Star Warriors of the Star Association testify, but there were also clear video materials and written records. This guy really only has 9 star slots. There were witnesses and material evidence. After all, his 9 star slots were rather shocking, and everyone present had a deep impression of it. After the video of Jiang Zhao's junior high school graduation ceremony was dug out, everyone saw what 9 star slots looked like. Besides, the shape of the star map was very strange. It was just a question mark. This time, no one forced Jiang Xiao to lie anymore. However, haters were omnipotent. As long as they wanted to criticize someone, even breathing would be wrong. There were many points of criticism, but apart from the hardcore haters, most people did not have a deep feud with Jiang Xiao. Hence, the storm was considered over. More people were rather puzzled and wondered why Jiang Zhao's star map had never been lit up ever since he awakened. In response to that question, the Jiangbin High School officials who were interviewed gave a standard answer: because of inferiority. The reporters who interviewed him were amused, and so were the netizens. Jiang Xiao was so unrestrained during competitions, yet you're telling me that he has inferiority. He's already shameless, and yet he still has the mood to feel inferior? In fact, after seeing Principal Yin answering the question seriously, Jiang Shao was amused too. However, Principal Yin was right. Jiang Shao had never lit up a star map because he was afraid of being ridiculed. A single competition pushed Jiang Shao to the forefront of the struggle, causing suspicion, debate, and the truth to be revealed. After a series of events, Jiang Zhao's Weibo fans had already exceeded 300,000 in just 3 days. He was now a rather famous Weibo blogger. The 10th move of the Xia family swordsmanship had been edited into various animated videos and uploaded to various websites, yes. Although people did not know the first 9 moves of the Xia family swordsmanship, the entire nation had learned the 10th move of the Xia family swordsmanship, hidden daggers in smiles. The Xia family was on fire. Everyone was a disciple. At this moment, Jiang Shao probably had tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of disciples. Xia Yin was even more impressive. She had already gained tens of millions of disciples just by standing outside the arena. Xia Yan's mother, Heziyun, even called Xia Yin to express her congratulations. Xia Yan's mother also said that Xia Shanhai planned to invite Jiang Shao to their house for a meal after the competition and asked him to be there. Jiang Shao thought to himself, Chang'an City is pretty good too. There's so many spicy delicacies and the scenery is great. I'll just make do with it and find a school to take the college entrance examination. I don't think I should go back to Beijing. A star map is worth 10,000 books. What is the will of the heavens? Under the sky of the West Peak. I'm not a man unless I enter the galaxy. Don't stop me. After the exam, I'll enter Mount Hua and go into seclusion. I'll return to Jiangbin when I'm in the galaxy stage. Wait, let me change my words. I'm not a man unless I enter the galaxy. When I enter the galaxy stage and return home in glory, I'll drink and chat with Uncle Xia. Chapter 319. At 1800 hours p.m. on May 15th, in the hotel. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden knock on the door of room 2336. The tall and handsome Li Wei opened the door, but in fact, it was not Li Wei and Jiang Zhao's room, but Goddess Yan and Goddess Shui's. They were going to participate in the competition for the top 4 tomorrow. Tonight, they would hold another small meeting to memorize the battle tactics. Why did Jiang Shao arrive a little late? It was because Jiang Shao was carrying 5 cups of milk tea in his hand. He had ordered takeout according to the time, but unfortunately, the delivery man did not arrive in time. Jiang Shao handed a cup of milk tea to Li Wei and strode in. Hai Tianqing said, "Coming Xiaopi." Jiang Shao distributed the milk tea to everyone and stole a glance at Xia Yin, only to realize that she did not seem angry at all. After all, 3 days had passed. Even if she did not show it on her face, she would keep a mental note in her head. If they were to quarrel again in the future, she would even dig up old scores from 3 years ago. Jiang Shao handed the milk tea to Xia Yin, who raised her head slightly and pointed at the bedside table with her chin. "Put it there first. You like it?" Jiang Shao said as he handed the milk tea to her. Xia Yin grabbed the milk tea and was surprised to find that it was cold. Cold. Xia Yin held the straw in her mouth and took a sip. Xia Yin whimpered in bewilderment. "Slow down. Don't you know it's hot?" Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin sat on the same bed and were very close to each other. She reached out and gently patted Xia Yin's back. Han Jiangxue had just received the piping hot strawberry milk tea from Jiang Shao. Of course, she knew how hot it was. Xia Yin chimed in and raised her eyes to glance at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao secretly learned Kai Yao's flirting skills and winked at Xia Yin with his left eye. Xia Yin rolled her eyes at Jiang Shao, but she couldn't help but smirk. She wasn't holding milk tea, but a bottle of beer with a milk tea shell in it. Hai Tianqing took a sip of the original milk tea and asked Jiang Shao, "Why is Xia Yan's tea caramel colored?" Xia Yin froze and finally looked at Jiang Shao, gesturing for him to explain. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Hers is honey grapefruit tea." Xia Yan was speechless. Hai Tianqing raised his eyebrows and looked at Xia Yan's milk tea straw. Why is there steam in it? Jiang Shao looked at Hai Tianqing and said, Can I add some kvass to it? Hai Tianqing was speechless. Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic and said, Let's get down to business. Tomorrow's competition. Hai Tianqing looked around at everyone and said, Is everyone confident? Xia Yan sucked on her straw and gulped down some water before saying, I'm confident. As long as Xiaopi can control the opponent's assistant, Kai Yao, everything will be fine. Yes, Jiangbin High School's opponent tomorrow was Nengkai High School in Tianjin, which was led by Lu Yang and Kai Yao. Group A consisted of these two teams. Group B also had two teams. They were the Imperial Capital No. 32 Middle School, led by Ing Shi, and the Heise University affiliated high school led by Wen Renmu. Here, we have to mention the battle between the third-place Haisu Normal University affiliated middle school and the sixth-place Zhidong Tushan High School. Jiang Zhao's prediction came true. The two groups of lightning Dharmarajas really got into a fight, and the entire field was filled with thunderbolts, electric currents, electric rings, electric staffs, electric bombs. There was even a Dharmaraja who summoned a lightning storm that almost tore the stadium apart. Fortunately, the Dharmaraja took a long time to cast his spells. The gathering dark clouds had only just formed, and the gale and thunderbolts had only just come into contact with each other when the Dharmaraja was interrupted. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. The battle between the two teams was thrilling and exciting. As the two sides fought, the football field was already filled with flashes of lightning. It was a passive skill that Han Jiangxue did not manage to absorb previously. When being beaten, the flashes of lightning would be released from one's body, which would float in the air and slowly spread outwards. Piles and piles of flashes of lightning spread outwards. Not only that, but they also emitted buzzing sounds that made one's scalp tingle. The metal cage was also constantly crackling, and sparks were flying everywhere, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Jiang Shao also discovered some problems. That was, the group of lightning Dharmarajas not only had explosive output, but they also had high defense. To be precise, they had high resistance to thunder and lightning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been fighting so fiercely. According to the explosive output of the lightning star technique, the outcome would basically be decided in a few rounds. Generally speaking, the one who struck first would have a great advantage. However, that was not the case. The two sides were fighting fiercely. Tushan High School. You guys are addicted to the internet. Affiliated Middle School. No, you guys are. Tushan High School. Hurry up and uninstall the game. Affiliated Middle School. Hurry up and deactivate your account. Tushan High School. Buzz. Affiliated Middle School. Buzz. 3 days ago, Nankai High School of Tianjin and Duguang High School of the capital also engaged in a fierce battle. In the end, Nankai High School of Tianjin won the competition. The competition was also talked about enthusiastically. Kai Yao's healing and control made everyone witness the power of support. If Jiang Zhao's actions at the opening ceremony were beyond everyone's expectations and caused the support to snatch the position of the protagonist, Kai Yao's appearance could be said to have solidified the role of the support as the protagonist. Kai Yao's forceful control made Duguang High School lose their temper, and the powerful fire techniques of Duguang High School were about to go crazy. In the end, the contestants of Duguang High School were sent home by Lu Yang. Everyone was amazed by the ghostly figure that shuttled through the crowd, as well as the powerful support Kai Yao. Sound of Silence had always been an extremely powerful star technique that was difficult to acquire. At this point, under Kai Yao's superb performance, everyone was willing to look at Jiang Shao in the eye. They couldn't wait to see the battle of two sounds of silence. Li Wei seemed to be a little hesitant. He said, I think it's a good choice to control the only output point of the enemy. The advantages of the team from Nankai High School in Tianjin were obvious. They had high speed, high agility, and high explosive power. However, their shortcomings were equally obvious, and that was they couldn't withstand a prolonged battle. Besides, their output point was also relatively single. Jiang Shao persuaded. Just think about what you should do to get the most benefits. If Lu Yang and Kai Yao are together, there's nothing else to say. I'll silence them first. However, I don't think the two of them will stand together. Jiang Shao turned to look at Li Wei and continued to ask, between Lu Yang and Kai Yao, which option do you think will yield more benefits? Li Wei said, once Lu Yang is restrained, he'll be like a toothless tiger. Hai Tianqing suddenly interrupted their discussion and said, no matter which choice you make, it's reasonable. It's just that the two of you have different considerations. In terms of the current team tactics, I hope you can still carry out the plan that I've formulated for you. I'm your coach, so you don't have to worry. Just listen to me. The two of them nodded one after another. Hai Tianqing was telling the truth. Xia Yin said, we've been discussing it for several days. Let's do as Teacher Hai says and go against Kai Yao. I don't believe that Lu Yang's output is stronger than Xue's. Han Jiangxue nodded and made the final decision. Kai Yao, take drastic measures. Everyone repeated the battle tactics, formation, and positioning of the competition. After confirming that there were no mistakes, Hai Tianqing instructed everyone to rest early and left room 2336. The team of four chatted casually for a while before getting ready to rest. Jiang Shao was about to return to his room with Li Wei, but Han Jiangxue stopped him. Li Wei didn't say anything and simply left. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue in bewilderment, wondering what she wanted to do. However, Han Jiangxue snatched the milk tea that Xia Yin was drinking and slammed it on the bedside table. Han Jiangxue asked, you smell like alcohol when you speak. Is this honey pomelo tea with steam? Feeling a little awkward, Xia Yin said with a smile. I only drank half a cup. I don't feel anything at all. Han Jiangxue humped coldly and said, it's good that you don't feel anything. Don't drink it during the competition tomorrow. Han Jiangxue then turned to look at Jiang Shao. Jiang Zhao's face was filled with obedience, and he remained silent rationally. However, Han Jiangxue took out 3-star bead from her pocket. Xia Yin's beautiful eyes lit up, and she asked in bewilderment, where did the star beads come from? Han Jiangxue said softly, Teacher Hai gave them to me in private. We broke into the top 4 and exceeded everyone's expectations. We've created a new record. Teacher Hai took the opportunity to look for sponsors again. The Provincial Star Association pulled together another 3 fallen shadow, which star beads in hopes that I can absorb sound of silence. Xia Yin was speechless. Han Jiangxue said softly, maybe he thinks that these organizations are taking too good care of me, and he's afraid that you guys will feel uncomfortable. So, he gave them to me in private. Jiang Shao almost cried tears of joy. Platinum. Platinum countercurrent light. Platinum countercurrent light. Did I finally get it? Han Jiangxue did not avoid Xia Yin. She extended her fair and tender palm towards Jiang Shao and gestured at the 3-star beads in her palm. Can you raise platinum sound of silence to diamond quality? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Chapter 320. As a man, of course, he couldn't say no, especially when he was faced with Xia Jiangxue's hopeful eyes. If he said that he couldn't do it, how would he be able to save face? Hence, Jiang Shao remained silent and simply shook his head. Jiang Shao thought to himself, I really can't. Jiang Shao does have the potential to become a god, but he consumes a lot of resources. You want the horse to run, but you don't feed it. The horse will kick you away. Han Jiangxue did not show any signs of disappointment, perhaps because she wanted to take care of Jiang Zhao's pride. After thinking about it, she beckoned Jiang Shao to the bed and stuffed the star bead into his hand. Han Jiangxue said, take it first then. Practice your star technique well. One day, you'll be able to upgrade sound of silence to diamond quality. Xia Yin teased and encouraged him. By then, you'll really be a god. Platinum quality star techniques can at least be seen on the internet, but there's no sign of diamond quality star techniques at all. Let us see what a diamond quality star technique looks like. I'll die without any regrets. Han Jiangxue glared at Xia Yin and said, those who can acquire diamond quality star techniques are all extremely powerful star warriors. They might all be important treasures of the country. Who would be so bored as to upload videos on the internet? Yes, yes, yes. Xiaoyan nodded and continued. Xiaopi is already great. After all, we saw the platinum star technique and star slot with our own eyes. Others can only look for videos on the internet and be envious. Xiaoyan's attitude returned to normal, perhaps because of Han Jiangxue or the half-filled glass of beer. Jiang Shao thought about it and said to Han Jiangxue, if you can absorb sound of silence, it'll be extremely beneficial to the combat effectiveness of our team and your future. However, Han Jiangxue shook her head and refused. I can't absorb sound of silence, no matter how many powerful auxiliary star techniques I have. As a Rules Awakened, I don't have this aptitude in the first place. It's impossible for me to absorb it. It's just that medical star techniques are exclusive to Medical Awakened. There shouldn't be anyone exclusive to this auxiliary star technique, right? Jiang Shao thought about it and continued to persuade her. Besides, it makes sense for the Star Association to support you so strongly. Does it mean that Rules Awakened can also acquire such star techniques? Han Jiangxu interrupted him and said coldly, keep it and go back. Xia Yin chimed in smilingly. Just take it. You know how stubborn she is. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Xia Yin realized that she had spilled the beans and said what was on her mind. She frantically turned around to look elsewhere. Jiang Shao felt rather emotional, and it would be a lie to say that he wasn't touched. Han Jiangxue was bent on making Jiang Shao stronger, and Xia Yin didn't have any complaints or dissatisfaction at all. Regardless of the merits, Jiangbin High School's advancement to the top 4 was due to the team's hard work. It was also the core of the school's education, teamwork. However, all the rewards were given to Han Jiangxue. Not only that, but she also gave all the rewards to Jiang Shao. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Zhao's star techniques could be upgraded, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's attitude towards Jiang Shao was impeccable. What else could Jiang Shao do? Devote yourself to him. Marry him. Which one? Why don't I just marry both of them? They're so close to each other, and I don't want them to suffer the pain of separation. Jiang Shao sighed and thought to himself, I'm such an understanding man. Separation in life and death. Those were really the two greatest pains in life. As a good man, how could Jiang Shao let them go through that? Xia Yin clearly felt that something was amiss. She stood up and walked over, staring at Jiang Zhao's erratic gaze. She then stretched her hand out and pressed it against Jiang Zhao's head forcefully. When Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses, he realized that he had been coiled around. Besides, Xia Yin was still in the process of coiling around him. She continued to push him forward and back while swaying left and right. Jiang Shao felt like the world was spinning around him as he struggled to break free and retreat. Xia Yin caught up to him and asked, Kid, what were you thinking about just now? Jiang Shao asked, Why are you coiling around me? My star technique has been upgraded. Hurry up and stop. I'll heal you. Xia Yin was stunned to hear his words. She initially thought that Jiang Shao was smiling maliciously just now, but now that he said that, she wondered if he was smiling excitedly. So, did that gaze just coincidentally land on her? Han Jiangxue's eyes lit up. Upgrade quality? Jiang Shao was quick-witted and absorbed a fallen shadow which star bead when he was being coiled around. At this moment, his enmity and countercurrent light had both been upgraded to platinum quality. However, Jiang Shao realized that he couldn't find a reason why his enmity had been upgraded. During the previous upgrade, Jiang Shao only managed to find it after searching for a long time. Enmity was originally of the brass quality, and its description was, when attacked by the enemy at close range, there is a 1% chance of randomly adding a slight negative effect to the enemy. Passive technique, activated automatically, continuously consumes star power. When it was upgraded from brass quality to silver quality, Jiang Shao searched hard for a long time before realizing that the slight effect was gone. When it was upgraded from silver quality to gold quality, the 1% became 3%. Jiang Shao saw it at a glance. Now, enmity, platinum quality when attacked by the enemy. There's a 3% chance of randomly adding a negative effect to the enemy. passive technique, activated automatically, continuously consumed star power. Xiaoyan looked down at Jiang Xiao, who was in a daze again, and felt that it was normal for him to be in a daze this time. It was completely different from before. "What's the matter?" Xiaoyan asked. "Wait a while." Jiang Xiao waved his hand and sat on the ground, carefully looking at his internal star map. Close range. Jiang Xiao finally discovered that the close range in the introduction of enmity was gone. In other words, this star technique is no longer limited to melee combat. If I'm attacked from afar, it will also cause great trouble to the enemy. Although there are only 2 words missing, it's like 2 different star techniques. In the past, if the melee combatants were unwilling to take the risk to attack Jiang Xiao, they could use long-range star techniques or let the rules awaken deal with Jiang Xiao without getting injured. However, that would no longer happen now. The spikes on Jiang Xiao's body were no longer only aimed at those who were close to him. When Jiang Xiao was being beaten up, the spikes on his body could actually fly out. "No matter how far you hit me, my spikes can chase you to the ends of the world." Jiang Xiao suddenly discovered that his star technique seemed to have a detection effect too. For example, he could deal with the scheming old bastards who had sneaked up on him. If the group of scheming old bastards were to ambush Jiang Xiao and cause him to suffer a heavy blow, Jiang Xiao would be in a daze and have no idea where they were. However, at this moment, a certain bush suddenly caught fire, a certain lake suddenly froze, a certain sound of electricity suddenly came from a certain corner of the wall, and the sound of vomiting could be heard from a certain pit. Is there a need to ask? The enemy has been exposed just like that. "Wow, Jiang Xiao, you're so strong." Jiang Xiao looked up at Xia Yin and grinned, not knowing what to say. Xia Yin squatted down and asked curiously, "Is it silence? Or the other 2 star techniques? Are you all right?" Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm fine. It's not that silence has been upgraded. I feel that I still have to train for a long time before I can advance to the diamond level. However, for the other 2 star techniques, I didn't manage to break through the star beads previously, but I did this time." Xia Yin raised her eyebrows and said, "In other words, enmity has changed from brass quality to silver quality? Has countercurrent light changed from silver quality to gold quality?" Jiang Xiao was slightly stunned and finally remembered that their information was not synchronized with his. Jiang Xiao shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. My star slot is already of platinum quality, and I can't tell what quality those 2 star techniques are. Anyway, I just feel that there's something strange about them. I think I can—" In the distance, Han Jiangshu asked softly, "Can what?" Enmity couldn't be displayed, but countercurrent light could. All of a sudden, 2 rays of dark light appeared on Jiang Zhao's body and connected to Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue. Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Apex. Chapter 321. Countercurrent light. Platinum throws out several rays of light that continue to exist and share vitality and star power with the connected target. When he upgraded from silver quality to gold quality, the introduction of countercurrent light in his internal star map did not change at all. However, in terms of practical application, the small water pipe had become a large water pipe. The transmission rate and speed were much faster. After the upgrade from gold quality to platinum quality, the introduction finally changed from 1 to several. Jiang Xiao tried hard and realized that he seemed to be able to throw out 5 rays of countercurrent light at most. There were indeed more rays of light, but they could not leave the caster's body. In other words, Jiang Xiao could not use countercurrent light to connect Han Jiangxue and Xia Yin. He could only use himself as the center to connect both of them. Wait a minute. In order to demonstrate to the 2 of them, Jiang Xiao released countercurrent light. In the beginning, everything was normal, and Jiang Xiao even wanted to try and see how many rays of countercurrent light he could throw out. However, a few seconds later, he realized that something was wrong. The star power that surged from Han Jiangxue, that's not right. After the star power, my body is full. I shouldn't be receiving star power from the outside world anymore. However, why is Han Jiangxue's star power still pouring into my body? Is there a problem with countercurrent light? Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were instantly dumbfounded, just like two elementary school students who were being taken care of by a king. Han Jiangshue's majestic star power was like a surging ocean. It was overwhelming and engulfing. Layers of star power roared and surged towards Jiang Shao. A large amount of star power was directly sent into the air because Jiang Zhao's small bucket could not contain that much star power at all. Most of it was wasted. However, even so, Xia Yin, who was connected to Jiang Shao, benefited greatly. The surging star power was also surging towards Xia Yin's body like a surging river. The two elementary school students were immediately overwhelmed by the star power and were at a loss for what to do. Jiang Shao had never thought that he would actually feel suffocated because of Han Jiangshue. Have you ever experienced drowning before? At this moment, Jiang Shao and Xia Yin were feeling that way. Jiang Shao was choking and could not breathe, while Xia Yin was rendered speechless by the star power. In a daze, Jiang Shao seemed to have sensed the information in the internal star map. Star power upgrade. Nebula stage, level 3. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Did he break through? My physical fitness is up to standard? The massive influx of star power was actually similar to the high-quality star beads that he absorbed during his breakthrough. So drowning is so comfortable? Sister, please drown me, I beg you. Oh my God. Xia Yin held her forehead with one hand, seemingly a little overwhelmed. Whoosh! All of a sudden, Xia Yin's two-handed sword star map lit up, and she greedily absorbed the star power around her. Due to the fact that Jiang Shao was just a small bucket, a large amount of star power was wasted when it flowed from Han Jiangshue's body to Jiang Zhao's body. A large amount of astral power surged back and forth in the room like waves. Another portion of it was guided by the countercurrent light and hooked out of Han Jiangshue's body. It passed through Jiang Shao and headed straight for the dumbfounded Xia Yin. Don't disconnect, Han Jiangshue said with a solemn expression. At this moment, Jiang Zhao's head was being pressed down, and he was drowning in the galaxy. He was still feeling a little dizzy and felt even more confused after hearing Han Jiangshue's words. What's going on? What happened? Why does it feel like, oh my God? Where did these perilous waves come from? Sensing the huge wave of star power beside him, Jiang Shao subconsciously looked up, only to see that Xia Yin, who was squatting in front of him, was slowly standing up. Her body was swaying slightly, and the two-handed sword star map on her body suddenly lit up. She was trying hard to absorb the endless star power in the room. Peak of the nebulous stage. Breakthrough. Seriously? This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to be shocked. More than 10 seconds ago, Xia Yin was still shocked that Jiang Shao had upgraded 2 star techniques at the same time. More than 10 seconds later, Jiang Shao was shocked that Xia Yin actually broke through from the late nebulous stage to the peak of the nebulous stage. This is too surreal, isn't it? Xia Yin's body swayed back and forth, and she seemed to be a little unstable. During a breakthrough, a large amount of star power was essentially required to flow into the body. However, it was different from the usual routine. During a conventional breakthrough, humans would absorb star beads to help them break through the realm. The star power that surged out of the star beads was relatively easy to manage and not as violent. However, Xia Yin was now wandering in the ocean of star power, and her body was swaying back and forth because of the star power. One could imagine how rich the star power of Han Jiangshue was when she was in the galaxy's stage. Jiang Shao stood up with his back against the wall, and Xia Yin happened to lose her balance and pounce forward. Wow, so soft! The star power was indeed directed at Xia Yin, but it made Jiang Shao very uncomfortable. Xia Yin seemed to have found a life-saving straw as she reached out and wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhao's body. What are you trying to do? Drag me down with you? Are you forcing me to die with you? Are we going to drown in Han Jiangshue's galaxy? Wait a minute. Jiang Shao suddenly realized a very serious problem. After the upgrade, countercurrent light seemed to have a very terrifying function. Force others to advance. Can Jiang Shao force some creatures to advance through the principle of a large amount of star power? Isn't Jiang Xiao a typical example? He had just advanced from Nebula Stage Level 2 to Level 3. Xiaoyan seemed to be in the process of breaking through too. If that was the case, could Jiang Xiao ask Han Jiangxue to drown him again and again? The next time Jiang Zhao's physical fitness reached the standard, he would not need to use skill points or star beads. He would be able to achieve his goal of advancing his star power through Han Jiangxue. After the Galaxy stage, there would no longer be a rigid indicator of physical fitness. For example, Jiang Xiao wondered if he could find a powerhouse to help Han Jiangxue advance to the next realm. It seems that advancing to the next realm is not just about increasing the total amount of star power. Xiaoyan wrapped her arms around Jiang Zhao's body and buried her face in his shoulder before moaning in comfort. She slowly opened her eyes, and there seemed to be stellar energy circulating in her pitch-black eyes. The layers of nebula on the two-handed sword on her body became even denser. It's so comfortable. Nebula. Peak. Xiaoyan's eyes were misty and her cheeks were flushed. She was breathing rapidly and speaking rather laboriously, just like a beautiful, mentally handicapped person. Regardless of what others thought, Han Jiangxue felt that it was a matter of course. The two of them advanced to the late nebula stage at the same time, and Han Jiangxue was already in the Galaxy stage. Xiaoyan's qualifications were not bad, and she had been training extremely hard. There was no reason for her to fall behind. She just lacked an opportunity. Jiang Xiao was filled with ecstasy. To be honest, he was also a little overwhelmed, but he was trying very hard to focus and think about a problem for fear that the inspiration would disappear. For example, the White Ghoul Witch. If he were to encounter the White Ghoul, which again after returning home this time, Jiang Xiao would definitely not kill it and snatch its star beads. He could just use countercurrent light to inject star power into the White Ghoul Witch. The White Ghoul, which had been surviving in the ice and snow every day and had been training all the time. Its body should have reached the standard, but it lacked a large amount of star power. If Jiang Xiao were to inject a large amount of star power into the White Ghoul Witch's body, would it forcefully advance? Would the brass quality White Ghoul Witch star bead become silver quality? Perhaps it would be difficult to convert from brass to gold. After all, the difference was too great. However, it wouldn't be too much to convert from brass to silver, right? If Jiang Zhao's star power was insufficient, he would use Han Jiangxue's and force the White Ghoul Witch to drink star power. Come on, after finishing this cup, there were 3 more to go. However, Han Jiangxue was already in the Galaxy stage, and it seemed that she wasn't allowed to enter the snowfield. But it didn't matter, Second Last was here. Second Last was a guardian of the night who could enter the low-level snowfield. Also, that big cat was a powerhouse at the Starfall stage. Its abundant astral power could probably kill the White Ghoul Witch, right? 1 gulp of silver. He fainted after 2 mouthfuls. 3 mouthfuls? What was the point of 3 mouthfuls? Jiang Xiao could just go ahead with his sword. From leveling up to death, it was a one-stop service. Wouldn't I get the silver quality White Ghoul Witch star bead? Chapter 322. Really? The peak of the nebulous stage? The star power in Han Jiangxue's body was still abundant. One could imagine how insane the total amount of star power of a star warrior in the Galaxy stage was. Or could it be because of Han Jiangxue's talent? The function of countercurrent light was to share vitality and star power. For someone like Jiang Xiao, using countercurrent light on Han Jiangxue would be equivalent to absorbing. The difference in the total amount of star power was huge, but the difference in vitality was not as great as imagined. However, both Jiang Xiao and Xia Yin were a little annoyed. After all, Han Jiangxue's physical fitness was superior to that of the 2 elementary school students. Xia Yin murmured in a daze. Han Jiangxue's eyes glistened and she turned to look at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao finally stopped using countercurrent light and blinked hard, seemingly trying to wake himself up a little. As for why he could only blink, it was because Xia Yin was still in his arms and he dared not act rashly. Although Jiang Xiao called her Xia Yin in his heart and looked at her in disdain, her body was indeed a little hot. Well, to be exact, it was extremely hot. Although Xia Yin and Han Jiangxue were both fair-skinned, beautiful, and long-legged, their styles were very different. For example, Xia Yin was not an airport runway. She had a hot and alluring figure. How hot was she exactly? Well, I have to wait a minute. Jiang Xiao suddenly snapped back to his senses and thought, no, I can't stay quiet like this. Won't I be causing trouble for myself? I have to strike first. I have to be the one to complain first. Jiang Xiao tripped and pushed Xia Yin away, pushing her onto the bed. Xia Yin was still in a daze, both physically and mentally. After all, she had just broken through the realm, but she didn't know what was going on. After being pushed by Jiang Xiao, Xia Yin became even more confused and fell onto the soft bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Jiang Xiao turned to look at Han Jiangxue and said, "She took advantage of me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Seeing that Xia Yin did not react at all, Jiang Xiao decided to stop. Jiang Xiao felt that it didn't matter if he suffered some losses. Well, since Xia Yin didn't say anything, he decided to forget about it. Men should be more magnanimous. Jiang Xiao vaguely felt that there was something wrong with the way Han Jiangxue was looking at him. Jiang Xiao asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Han Jiangxue sighed softly. Just now, she was filled with joy, but now she was a little worried. "Your talent is really too special, too. Han Jiangxue seemed to be at a loss for words. After pondering for a while, she said, "It's too domineering." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Xiao nodded gently and strode toward Han Jiangxue. He then sat down beside her and comforted her. "I'll pay attention to protect myself. Under normal circumstances, I'll only use countercurrent light once. I'll try to target my own people." No one in the world had ever seen so many countercurrent lights before, right? If Jiang Xiao were to use it, he would be pushed to the teeth of the storm. Jiang Zhao's silence could cause a person's star power to be disrupted and cause them to suffer from internal injuries. That could be somewhat explained. After all, gold quality silence had such an additional effect, but Jiang Zhao's platinum quality silence was stronger. However, countercurrent light. Anyone with eyes could tell that there was something wrong with the number of lines. Jiang Xiao definitely couldn't use it for fun. Besides, Jiang Xiao discovered another effect of countercurrent light. Ever since the quality of countercurrent light was upgraded, Jiang Zhao's star power would still be drawn out of Han Jiangxue's body and continuously transferred to Jiang Zhao's body, even though his star power had already been replenished. Even if the star power overflowed from Jiang Zhao's body and was wasted in the air, countercurrent light would still not let it go. Countercurrent light would only stop transferring star power to Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue until their star power reserves reached the same level. What did that mean? Everyone was equal in front of Jiang Xiao, regardless of whether you're in the galaxy or the galaxy, even if you're the supreme overlord of the starry sky stage. Once I release countercurrent light, your final total star power reserve will reach the same level as mine, the early nebula stage. What did you say? Harming others without benefiting yourself? Jiang Xiao won't be able to use the star power that he absorbed at all, and it will all be wasted in the air? So what? Your star power has already been drained. The so-called sharing seemed to be going in the wrong direction. At present, the lower the level of Jiang Zhao's star power, the more functional the star technique would be. If Jiang Xiao was in the early Stardust stage, the benefits should be the highest. Regardless of how powerful the enemy is, I'll turn all of them into star power reserves in the Stardust stage. Of course, no matter how large the water pipe was, it would still take time to transfer. That was the only drawback. The star power of both parties would not reach an equilibrium in an instant. It was clearly an auxiliary star technique, but after Jiang Xiao upgraded its quality, it became an offensive star technique. The thought of it made him speechless. Jiang Xiao even discovered to his dismay that he, who was in the nebula stage, was no longer worthy of using countercurrent light to assist Han Jiangxue. The higher the level of his teammates, the more useless the star technique would be. For example, Jiang Zhao's countercurrent light was basically a useless star technique that could not be used on second last, who was in the starfall stage. Apart from a very small chance when second last star power was depleted, the star technique would only add to second last troubles. Even if he connected the enemy to second last, it would likely cause her trouble. After all, second last was in the starfall stage, and not every enemy or creature of other dimensions could easily reach her level. Unlocked achievement. Help the enemy and beat up my teammates. Of course, that was also the reason that Jiang Xiao could use his second last star power to inject the star power into creatures of other dimensions. Can I force the white ghoul witch to level up? Jiang Xiao was nervous yet excited, and he couldn't wait to go home and give it a try. Okay, try use it on me and Xia Yan. Don't use it on others, including Li Wei, Han Jiangxue said worriedly. Han Jiangxue said worriedly. Although we have a deep relationship with him, and he's a good person, we still have to be separated from him. Jiang Xiao understood what Han Jiangxue meant and nodded thoughtfully. Han Jiangxue turned around and looked at Xia Yan, who was lying on her back in a daze. She couldn't help but pinch Xia Yan's cheek gently with her long and slender fingers. Wake up, how do you feel? Xia Yan sat up and rubbed her head, looking like she was in a dream. Until now, she still couldn't believe that she had broken through the realm just like that. Do you know how many people are stuck in a late nebulous stage and can't advance for the rest of their lives? In that case, I'll get going first. You two have a good rest, Jiang Xiao said. Xiaopi. Xia Yan suddenly turned to look at Jiang Xiao. Jiang Xiao asked, Xia Yan seemed to be very satisfied with Jiang Xiao's service. She nodded at him and said, When we get home, I'll reward you handsomely. Jiang Xiao scratched his head smilingly and said, We're family, don't stand on ceremony. Xia Yan shook her head and said, At this stage, you still don't understand what the peak of the nebulous stage means to an awakened. When you reach the late nebulous stage and get stuck in that realm, you'll know how important what you did just now is to me. Jiang Xiao didn't refuse and said, When we get home, accompany me to the snowfield to train. We'll go and find trouble with the white ghoul witch. No problem. We'll go together then, Xia Yan answered readily. She thought it was a big deal. She turned to look at Han Jiangxue and continued, We can also reminisce about the good times in the past. Han Jiangxue smiled bitterly and said, He looked for you because I can't go to the snowfield anymore. Oh, right? Xia Yan said with a sudden realization and smacked her forehead. Our Xue has already become a powerhouse. You're not allowed to enter the place where we train. Han Jiangxue rolled her eyes at Xia Yan angrily. Xia Yan pouted her lips and said with a sorrowful expression, The good times in the past can never be found again. When Xiaopi and I go in again, we'll take a few photos of the white ghouls and white ghoul witches for you to keep as souvenirs. When I advance to the galaxy stage in the future, I reckon I'll miss them very much. Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yan in confusion and asked, Miss the white ghouls? Xia Yan nodded and said, They accompanied you throughout the Stardust stage and Nebulous stage. Don't you feel anything? Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Feelings? What feelings? How do you feel about those hideous monsters? Han Jiangxue didn't know what was wrong with Xia Yan. She turned to look at Jiang Xiao and said, Go back and rest early. There's a competition tomorrow. Xia Yan sighed heavily with a melancholic expression and said, Yes, go back. Xiaopi, I should hug your sister to sleep too. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan, are you asking for milk? Chapter 323. On the 16th of May, 2016, at the Chang'an City Stadium. CCTV, hello everyone. You are now watching the live broadcast of the 2016 National High School League. This is the Chang'an City Stadium. I am the host, Kai Xiaoqi, a male host said. The female host beside him hurriedly interjected, I am a host, Yi Xuanyang. Kai Xiaoqi said, Today, we will be watching the semifinals. The two teams are Tianjin Nankai High School versus Beijiang Jiangbin High School in Group A, and Beijing High School versus Haisun Normal University Affiliated High School in Group B. Yi Xuanyang said excitedly, Yeah, there will be a few fierce battles today. Viewers, you are in for a treat. Kai Xiaoqi smiled and said, Xuanyang, 3 days have passed. Let me give you a test. Who's the most popular one these days? Yi Xuanyang also smiled and said, Of course it's Jiang Xiaopi from Jiangbin High School. Just the name alone sounds very funny. Kai Xiaoqi said, Yeah, Jiang Xiaopi has become popular and has become an incredible star student. His extraordinary courage, unique tactical thinking, and quick-witted adaptability are indeed admirable. Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth and chuckled elegantly. I'm also a fan now. The netizens have given Jiang Xiaopi many nicknames. Kai Xiaoqi said, Jiang Xiaopi. Yi Xuanyang said, Jiang Xiaopi. Kai Xiaoqi said, Jiang Xiaopi. Yi Xuanyang said, Jiang Xiaopi. The two of them then looked at each other and smiled tacitly. It was clearly a live broadcast of a formal competition, but the two hosts looked at each other like they were in love. Jiang Xiao had indeed become popular. As the news of the competition spread, Jiang Zhao's Weibo followers reached the 400,000 mark. Of course, that was just a simple number. How popular was Jiang Xiao exactly? Han Jiangxue had 30-star slots, which was rare in the world. She was a once-in-a-lifetime genius. She was also a rules awakened who had broken through the galaxy stage. However, everyone was talking about Jiang Xiao. Before the semifinals, there was a warm-up battle for the 5th to 8th place. Although it sounded like the 5th to 8th place belonged to teams that didn't deserve to be named, in reality, the national competition was extremely important to every team. Not to mention the 5th to 8th place, even the 50th to 80th place had to be listed clearly. The provinces, schools, teachers, students, and parents were all watching. In Huaxia, rankings were very important. Not to mention the same competition. Even if it was Guangdong versus Qinxiong, people from different eras would have to repeatedly compare and determine the winner and loser. The top 4 teams were waiting in their respective waiting rooms. The losers group, Big Bay High School and Shield Light High School, were the first to start. After 3 days, Little Sinister Flower took the stage again. This time, it was a battle for fame. Yuan Qinghua seemed to have open cheat. Without Jiang Zhao's restriction, Yuan Qinghua settled the battle in a short 3 minutes, finally letting the world see what a galaxy stage star martial artist should look like. The organizers had obviously considered this situation and did not panic in the slightest. The cheerleaders went up and danced for 5 minutes. After the host introduced them for another 5 minutes, the next competition began. However, the Lightning Spell Kings of Tushan No. 1 High School also seemed to be holding back their anger. The second battle, the losers bracket, ended even earlier. In just 100 seconds, both sides on the field were injured, leaving only one shield warrior standing alone in the same spot. Why was the situation so tragic? It was because the Lightning Shakyamuni had summoned the lightning storm in the end. From now on, everyone's life and death would be up to fate. The Lightning Shakyamuni really couldn't be provoked. When they went crazy, they would even strike themselves. The final rankings of the 5th to 8th place would be determined in the finals 3 days later. As the losers group competition came to an end temporarily, the real highlight was about to begin. Beijiang Jiangbin High School versus Tianjin Nankai High School. However, the highlight couldn't be played immediately because the venue had to be repaired. Yes, the contestants of Tushan High School had blown up the venue, causing the iron cage to be smashed into pieces. Due to the fact that they were in 4th place, Tianjin Nankai High School had the right to choose their side. In the morning, the sun was still in the southeast, so Kai Yao chose the east side of the venue. Jiang Xiao didn't think much of it. A dazzling person like him would definitely be an eyesore no matter where he went. Yes, the repair of the venue was soon completed, and the two teams entered the venue in an orderly manner. Kai Xiaoqi said, The exciting moment is about to arrive. The 2 semi-finalists have finally appeared. Yi Xuanyang said, Yeah, I can't wait to see the little toxic healer from Beijiang. What kind of strange formation is this? As the host exclaimed in surprise, the audience at the venue were also bewildered. None of the 2 teams in the stadium were in a conventional formation. The Tianjin team was still all right, and they were at least in a 2-2 formation. However, the 2 teams were divided into 2 groups. One of them was a shield warrior with a melee fighter Liu Yang at the right rear, while the other was a shield warrior with the support Kai Yao in the middle. What kind of formation is this? The shield warrior with the support at the front line? Is Kai Yao standing in the middle because she's afraid that her hands aren't long enough? Has she seen the difference in casting distance between her and Jiang Xiao? Is that why she's taking the risk? No matter what, the Tianjin team was at least in a 2-2 formation. Although the support was at the front, it was still acceptable. The formation of the Beijiang Jiangbin High School team was even more terrifying. It was simply a 1-1-1-1 formation. What kind of damn formation is this? The support, Jiang Xiao, was in the left corner, while the rules awakened, Han Jiangxue, was in the right corner. Li Wei and Xia Yin were in the left and right sidelines, respectively. The four of them were standing in a rectangular formation. Do you know what this formation is? The audience was dumbfounded when they saw the formation, but Kai Yao was flustered. If she were to make the first move, Kai Yao wouldn't be able to silence either Jiang Xiao or Han Jiangxue. She could only silence either Xia Yin or Li Wei first. However, the atrocious Jiang Xiao was extremely long. Very long. Extremely long. He could silence anyone within the range of the stadium. What should I do? Jiang Xiao could send the Tianjin team away with just 2 shots. Kai Yao still wanted to trade with Jiang Xiao. The anxious Kai Yao hurriedly said something to Zhang Qinzhou, who was in front of her. Her eyes darted back and forth between Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue, seemingly trying to make a difficult decision. While thinking about it, Kai Yao saw Jiang Xiao waving at her. Kai Yao was a little stunned, unsure of what Jiang Xiao was trying to do. She couldn't help but raise her brows. To her surprise, Jiang Xiao actually winked at her with his left eye. Jiang Xiao thought that since he had decided to send her home, he might as well respond to her. After all, she's going to be sad again soon. Sorry, this wink came a little too late. My heart may be as firm as a rock, and I only want to win, but I still have a heart of compassion, Amit Ba. Rascal! Kai Yao was so angry that she almost stomped her feet. She was clearly trying to flirt with Jiang Xiao by winking. But why did it feel like he was mocking her? Both parties, get ready. The referee suddenly blew the whistle and raised the flag high. Kai Xiaoqi exclaimed, "It's begun. It's about to begin. Let's wait and see, everyone." Between the 2 contestants with special auxiliary star techniques, which one of them is better? Who's going to get the upper hand? Yi Xuanyang's long legs, which were hidden under the table, were intertwined nervously. The upper hand will determine the direction of the entire competition. Sound of silence is simply a divine technique. Who can restrain the other party? All of a sudden, silence filled the air as everyone focused their attention and looked forward to the special formation of the competition. Beep, beep. The sound of the flag falling could be heard. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiao cast a blessing. The host was shocked, the audience was shocked, and even the participants of the Tianjin team were shocked. It's not sound of silence. More importantly, the beam of light is too fast and thick, isn't it? Damn it, is this a blessing? Is this a perverted version of a blessing? A blessing that's large and thick. Although Jiang Zhao's blessing was instantaneous, Kai Yao had already prepared sound of silence. As soon as the whistle sounded, she threw it at Xia Yin. Kai Yao had to at least play a role by casting sound of silence. Kai Yao had already discussed it with Zhang Qinzhou just now. The 2 of them endured Jiang Zhao's sound of silence and sprinted towards Jiang Xiao. The wish was beautiful, and the plan was even more beautiful, but the king of toxic healers didn't use sound of silence at all. What does it mean to play it down? What does it mean to lift something heavy as though it's light? Platinum sound of silence? No, that's an Italian cannon. The 3 big cannons in my hands are enough. Not only are they enough, but they're also miraculous. If it were sound of silence, Kai Yao would at least be able to move and try to escape and resist. However, she couldn't move at all now. One after another, blessings landed on Kai Yao's body, and the thick beam of light shrouded her. Everyone had peculiar expressions on their faces because Kai Yao's voice was so sweet, Ah, ah. The director was dumbfounded and hurriedly turned off Kai Yao's mini microphone. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of whether or not Kai Yao could use her star techniques. She was about to be banned from broadcasting. Chapter 324. Yi Xuanyang exclaimed agitatedly. It's here, the toxic healer has finally appeared. This is the medical star technique blessing from Beijiang province. Kai Xiaoqi was equally excited. He stood up and leaned forward, seemingly wanting to see what was happening in the arena more clearly. Star technique blessing. Jiang Xiaopi's blessing has finally appeared in the top 4. The audience had mixed reactions. Some of the hardcore supporters of Jiangbin High School who knew the team well knew the meaning of blessing. Why was the assistant from Beijiang province known as the toxic healer? A large part of the reason was because of the star technique blessing. Most of the people in Su Ro's livestream were like that, and there were many bullet screen comments too. This blessing, isn't your scalp numb? After drinking a glass of toxic healer, I'll forget all my worries. Sob, sob, sob. Mom, listen to my explanation. I'm watching the National League. I'm not watching the porn. Sob, sob, sob. Stop hitting me. Some people look like medical awaken on the surface, but they're actually tuners. Smiley emoji. My silence can shut you up, and my blessing can also make you lose your voice. The toxic healers were happily scrolling through the bullet screen. Seeing that their supporters were so outstanding, they felt elated and their mouths seemed to be filled with honey. Some of the audience did not understand Jiang Zhao's toxic attribute. Hence, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded when they saw Kai Yao's intense reaction. The staff of the National League were of high quality. After discovering that something was amiss, they immediately cut off the mini microphone worn by Kai Yao's collar. The stadium, which had a capacity of nearly 60,000 people, was extremely noisy. If there were no audio equipment, Kai Yao's voice would not be heard at all. Hence, she managed to stop the damage in time. The host, Kai Xiaoqi, stared at the situation in the arena and continuously explained, those of you who are familiar with the team from Jiangbin High School will know that the blessing of the assistant, Jiang Xiaopi, is not of ordinary brass quality, but an upgraded version of silver quality. The host's words caused an uproar in the venue. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly nodded in agreement and said, Jiang Xiaopi did something similar during the Beijiang Provincial High School League. He once used this upgraded version of blessing to make the gold quality Ape Ghoul King dizzy. His team also seized the opportunity to slaughter the Ape Ghoul King. Kai Xiaoqi clicked his tongue and exclaimed, you have to know that this group of children are all in the nebulous stage. Jiang Xiaopi's blessings and ingenious ideas played a huge role in killing the gold quality Ape Ghoul King. The audience at the venue and in front of their televisions were stunned. They knew Jiang Xiao from the moment he walked to the center of the arena with his sword and spun in circles. However, they didn't expect him to have such a trump card. They're out. Xia Yin and Li Wei have both rushed over. Is the outcome going to be decided? The host, Kai Xiaoqi, was very good at stirring up the atmosphere, or perhaps he was really excited, even slapping the table with both hands. Xia Yin, what should he say? Xia Yin. Kai Xiaoqi stopped abruptly, and the audience gasped in astonishment. The true Xia family saber technique had appeared. Although she only revealed a small part of her hand, the slender figure formed a sharp contrast with the thick blade. Xia Yin entered the arena with her sword at an extremely tricky angle, and Zhang Qinzhou, the shield warrior, was dumbfounded as he was sent flying. Yes, that was also the reason why everyone was shocked. Ever since Xia Yin ran out of the range of the sound of silence, she seemed to have recovered all of her bodily functions. In short, she became more agile, and her short, curly chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind. Her beautiful face was full of fighting spirit, making her look pleasing to the eye. In the end, at the moment before Xia Yin came into contact with Zhang Qinzhou, she actually squatted down and dashed diagonally upwards. She dashed forward in a straight line, but her sword was swung out at a strange angle and slammed against Zhang Qinzhou's shield. The unexpected attack, the strange angle, the violent power, the powerful explosive power, and the divine technique of Beijiang. Green glow. The shield warrior, Zhang Qinzhou, was actually sent flying. At the moment when Zhang Qinzhou flew away, everyone knew that Kai Yao was going to die. Kai Yao had already been nursed to the point of being a retard, and now that the gate in front of her had been breached, what else could she do? At this moment, Kai Yao, who was bathed in the holy light, was just like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The butcher, Xia Yin, did not have any protective feelings toward the fairer sex. She had a heart of stone and was ruthless. Tu Fuyin dashed in. Tu Fuyin slashed her sword horizontally. Some people couldn't even bear to see such a scene and couldn't help but close their eyes. Rumble. A loud clap of thunder accompanied by a shriek resounded throughout the entire venue. Zhang Qinzhou, who had been sent flying, received special attention from Goddess Shui, who was far away in the corner. Han Jiangxue was holding onto the incorporeal dark blue scepter, and the dark blue gemstone on the scepter looked dreamy and alluring. It was an exquisite scepter that had a deep blue luster. It summoned a violent and ferocious thunderbolt. Who was Goddess Shui's target? The answer was Zhang Qinzhou, who had been sent flying. Beep beep. At this moment, the referee's sharp whistle suddenly sounded. Kai Yao has lost her ability to fight. There was an uproar in the venue, and there were plenty of people who cheered and applauded. After all, it was a large stadium with tens of thousands of people. Even if only half of the audience cheered and applauded, the sound would still be huge. However, most of the applause was for Xia Yin. Why? It was because Xia Yin had swung her giant sword in an abnormally ferocious manner and sent Zhang Qinzhou flying when he tried to intercept her. After Xia Yin passed Zhang Qinzhou, the female leopard put away her bloody fangs and dealt with the defenseless lamb gently. Xia Yan's giant sword stopped abruptly in front of Kai Yao's face, and she made a symbolic cut on Kai Yao's neck. Just like the blue and white flower of the Yuan dynasty during the first round of the competition, she did not overdo it. However, speaking of which, although Xia Yin did the same thing as the blue and white flower of the Yuan dynasty, the blue and white flower of Nanyue was more deserving of praise. Why? Because of the situation, Jiangbin High School was in an advantageous position in this competition. During the competition where the blue and white flower of the Yuan dynasty killed Xia Yin, the situation of the Great Bay High School wasn't good. Besides, the blue and white flower of the Yuan dynasty was severely injured at that time. Even a clay figurine would have some anger. At that time, the fact that the little Yin flower was able to stop overdoing it was enough to show its martial ethics. They wonder how such a talent managed to be in the same team as Gong Yuga, that loser. The audience applauded thunderously, but Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. Jiang Zhao actually felt a little creeped out because he suddenly saw a faint shadow lingering beside Xia Yin. The sudden change caught Jiang Zhao off guard. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Zhao subconsciously raised his hand and cast a blessing on the shadow. Xia Yin, Li Wei exclaimed in shock. Since he had the star technique perception, his reaction was much faster than Jiang Zhao's. The long-handled hammer in his hand was covered in green glow, and he thrust it out like a spear. However, it pierced through the faint figure. Li Wei felt his hair stand on end, and a chill ran down his spine. He turned around abruptly, only to hear the sound of something breaking through the fog. The black shield in Li Wei's hand had actually been pierced through by a vague figure. Li Wei's melee combat skills were undoubtedly excellent, especially after he acquired the star technique perception. His melee combat skills had skyrocketed. Li Wei's reaction was really fast, but he was astonished to discover that his reaction couldn't keep up with the speed of the figure's attack. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded again. Zhang Qinzhou has lost his ability to fight. Han Jiangxue hurriedly retracted her attack and stopped attacking Zhang Qinzhou. Although Han Jiangxue had made the other party lose a member, she still had a sullen expression on her face. Why? Is it because Zhang Qinzhou never resisted at all? Regardless of whether Zhang Qinzhou had the ability to escape from Han Jiangshue's control or whether he could block the lightning, it didn't matter. What really mattered was that Zhang Qinzhou did not resist at all from the moment he was targeted by Han Jiangxue. Zhang Qinzhou did not resist and simply endured the pain and numbness of his body. He then threw out countless faint black shadows. Li Wei's body stiffened and his pupils constricted. He knew that he was already dead. Xia Yin, who was beside him, had died too. Sometimes, it wasn't a good thing to have a strong perception. Li Wei could clearly feel the cold air behind him, which reminded him of the experience of walking at night after watching horror movies when he was young. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's voice sounded again. Li Wei and Xia Yin have lost their ability to fight. Gulp. Xia Yin swallowed a mouthful of saliva while a thin layer of sweat appeared on her forehead. Her sword was pressed against Kai Yao's neck, and at the same time, she was also restrained by a strange figure, as if her throat was being strangled. Xia Yin felt like she was being chased by an undead spirit. Half of the faint shadow actually overlapped with hers. The audience was dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold on the stage in shock. Faint shadows flickered in and out of sight, turning the sunny mid-May of the solar calendar into the dark and windy mid-July of the lunar calendar. It was extremely abrupt. Lu Yang, who had disappeared, appeared again. His eyes were overflowing with a cold glint, just like the cold dagger in his hand. He glanced at Han Jiangxue, who was at the side, and then turned to look at Jiang Xiao, who was at the bottom corner. 2 for 2. It was a forced 2 for 2. This thug from Tianjin had the ability to change his destiny. Lu Yang's figure was erratic like a ghost, and his gaze was gloomy. He was no longer joking. He finally fixed his gaze on the King Rules Awakened, Han Jiangxue. After Yuan Qinghua left, Han Jiangxue was undoubtedly the best of the cohort. The dagger in Lu Yang's hand turned into a flower, and his figure suddenly disappeared. His voice could be heard in the air. Lu Yang, climb this mountain and stand on the highest stage. Everyone will know that you're the best in Tianjin. Chapter 325. Aura was something that couldn't be seen or touched, but it truly existed. How strong was Lu Yang's aura? At the moment he disappeared, Han Jiangxue, who was in the corner, immediately cast a flame shield on herself, which undoubtedly showed how much she valued Lu Yang. Goddess Xue definitely wouldn't stay idle. She held her dark blue scepter in one hand and locked onto the other shield warrior, He Fan, on the field. He Fan raised his shield high up, as if he was holding an umbrella, and quickly ran forward. As he ran, he threw out faint black shadows. Han Jiangxue struck down with a bolt of lightning that was extremely fast and heavy. When it hit He Fan's shield, it actually smashed him into the grass. He Fan grimaced in pain and lifted his shield with both hands. His ankles were already slightly submerged in the grass, which was enough to imagine how powerful Han Jiangxue's thunderbolt attack was. Humans were mostly compassionate. At this moment, Han Jiangxue was undoubtedly the Demon King and the big boss in everyone's eyes. He Fan, who was struggling to move forward, became the target of their support. He seemed to have become the hope of the entire village. He became the dragon-slaying warrior who wanted to slay the evil dragon. He raised his shield and tried his best to move forward. Kai Xiaoqi clenched his fists, seemingly immersed in the scene. Could it be that he's also a shield warrior? Maybe he used to stagger towards the goddess in his heart too? Kai Xiaoqi yelled excitedly. He Fan? He's the only shield warrior left on the Tianjin team. He has already walked past the midfield and is trying to advance toward his opponent. His footsteps are slow but firm. He raised his shield and resisted Goddess Xue's attack while releasing the Shadow Star technique. He's still paving the way for Lu Yang, the melee fighter. Yi Xuanyang hurriedly chimed in. Yeah, this is the courage and responsibility of a shield warrior. Even if the road ahead is stormy and thunderous, he'll always be the one at the front of the team. Can he succeed? Can he cover the entire football field with his shadow? What a touching story it was. It's tragic. It's tragic. Jiang Shao looked at the figure moving forward with difficulty and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. A man like Jiang Shao, who had a pure heart, was really easily touched. Come on, brave warrior, to defeat the great demon King Han Jiangxue. Win your glory. I will silently stand by your side, pray for you, and offer you my most sincere blessing. Bless you, those who are still working hard. Bless you, the person I admire the most in my heart. Jiang Shao thought to himself, and threw a blessing at He Fan's head. The holy light filled with blessings penetrated the thick shield in He Fan's hands and enveloped him. Kai Xiaoqi, my teammate has been disqualified. Would He Fan succeed? Could he bring more help to Lu Yang? He can, Yi Xuanyang. The two hosts were instantly speechless. Their faces were flushed red, as if they couldn't catch their breath. They couldn't say a word for a long time. With the help of the microphones, people seemed to hear He Fan's voice. Accompanied by He Fan's strange, throaty voice, the shield in his hand disappeared too. At the next moment, there was a flash of lightning and thunder in the blessing of holy light. Han Jianshue's bolts of lightning did not stop. Wrapped in the holy light, they blasted He Fan's body again and again. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. Did you guys see that? The fearless warrior has received my blessing. He has received it. Jiang Shao clenched his fists in agitation. Warrior, take my blessing and move forward. Warrior, warrior, why did you collapse? I didn't give you a blessing to let you lie on the ground and sleep. Warrior, get up. The Ice Blast Dragon hasn't been defeated yet. How can you collapse so easily? Warrior, why are you paralyzed? The referee's whistle sounded immediately. Beep, beep, beep. He Fan has lost his ability to fight. Is there something wrong with this kid? Godly technique. Beijing's great blessing. Damn it, is this blessing that awesome? Oh my god, I really want to feel the feeling of being blessed. The crowd was in an uproar. The dragon-slaying warrior, He Fan, had finally collapsed, but it didn't matter. There was still hope. There was still a powerful agility warrior in Tianjin. There was still hope. The lineup of the Tianjin team consisted of 2 shield warriors, 1 healer, and 1 melee warrior. From this lineup, it could be seen that this was a team of 3 protecting 1. From this, it could also be seen that Lu Yang's damage output was unquestionable. Han Jiangxue, meet up, Jiang Shao suddenly said. Han Jiangxue hesitated for a moment before walking towards Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also pulled out the giant sword from his back and quickly moved closer to her. In an instant, the stadium, which had a capacity of nearly 60,000 people, was filled with jubilation. It was hard to tell whether they were cheering or booing. Kai Xiaoqi slammed his hand on the table forcefully, giving Yi Xuanyang a great shock. Kai Xiaoqi yelled, "He's pulling out his sword." Jiang Xiaopi has pulled out his sword again. Yi Xuanyang also snapped back to her senses and shifted her gaze from the charred He Fan to the bottom line, where she saw Jiang Xiaopi dragging his sword with both hands. Yi Xuanyang's eyes were filled with stars. For some reason, she felt that Jiang Xiaopi looked suave and heroic when he walked with his sword. Kai Xiaoqi continued to yell, "What is Jiang Xiaopi doing? Is he going to fight one-on-one with Lu Yang?" Yi Xuanyang covered her chest with one hand and said agitatedly, "Are we finally lucky enough to see the real Xia family swordsmanship?" Xia Yin was just showing off her skills just now, but her exquisite skills are already amazing enough. What kind of demeanor will Jiang Xiaopi, who is better than Xia Yin in swordsmanship, show? What kind of demeanor? Hee, do you guys have any misunderstandings about me? I'm so far away from Han Jiangxue, the great demon king. It's such a long journey, and I'm only holding a sword to boost my courage. Am I a fool to challenge Lu Yang to a duel? If he were to be smashed by my sound of silence and struck by lightning by Han Jiangxue, I would jump up and challenge him to a duel. However, Lu Yang isn't injured at all. What am I going to do? Give up my life? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao cast a blessing. The light of holy light shrouded a faint shadow. Lu Yang's figure was initially still looming on the shadow, But the moment Jiang Shao raised his hand to give blessing, Liu Yang's body had already disappeared without a trace. The faint shadow also walked out of the holy light unscathed. Jiang Shao frowned slightly and used the sound of silence again while walking. Several faint shadows were shrouded by the sound of silence, but Liu Yang's body was still nowhere to be seen. Sound of silence was targeted at the people in the sound of silence, not the star techniques in the domain. The figures in the sound of silence did not seem to have been harmed at all and continued to move forward quickly. After all, they could only exist for 10 seconds. However, before the 10 seconds were up, Liu Yang had already created more shadows. On the field, the Shadow Corps was approaching the army. With Zhang Qinzhou taking the lead and He Fan working hard, Liu Yang had already taken off. Every shadow in the field was Liu Yang, but none of them were him. Jiang Shao was stunned to discover that his star techniques could no longer restrain the powerful shadow assassin. Not to mention Jiang Shao. Even Han Jiangxue was helpless. The chain of lightning actually penetrated the Shadow Corps. It was the same for the Flame Torch Whip and Flame Torch Pillar. Before Liu Yang possessed them, the shadows were just like ghosts that had no physical form and could not be harmed. They were only limited to 10 seconds. Han Jiangxue was surprised to discover that Barren Wind seemed to be the only effective star technique she had. If she blew at a shadow relentlessly, she could still blow it away. However, in the time it took to blow away one shadow, Liu Yang had already created 10 more. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao met up with Han Jiangxue, who was walking over quickly. Just as everyone had expected, the support immediately positioned himself in front of his team's casters. Regardless of whether Jiang Shao was an assistant or not, or if Han Jiangxue was an attacker, or if she was a galaxy stage demon with a strong physique, the assistant from Beijiang had to be at the forefront. No shield warriors? No melee warriors? No problem. Suddenly, a burst of exclamations came from the spectator stands. It was because Liu Yang, whose figure was erratic, had suddenly released a large number of shadows. At the same time, the Shadow Legion that was at the front threw out several shadow blades. Jiang Zhao's eyes froze, and he thought, this should be the shadow blade from the fallen Shadow Thorn? Brass star technique? Jiang Shao waved his sword impenetrably, and the shadow blades dissipated under the strong star power. Jiang Shao said, this is a melee warrior with high explosive power and output, but it doesn't last long. To him, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. He's looking for the last opportunity. Han Jiangxue's gaze darted back and forth among the approaching Shadow Legion in search of Liu Yang's figure. Jiang Shao said, electrocute me. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao said, your chain of lightning has the same effect as my bell, but it's useless for me to use bell and nostalgia to find him. He can shuttle through the shadows at will. Your chain of lightning is different. It's an offensive star technique, and it's extremely fast. Liu Yang can't dodge it at all. Jiang Shao spoke quickly and methodically. He continued, the chain of lightning you throw at the shadow might miss, but you can throw it at me first and let it find its next target. Han Jiangxue got a shock and thought, is Jiang Shao going to give it to me? She had already advanced to the galaxy stage, and her damage output was undoubtedly high. However, Jiang Shao still gave her such a plan. What made Han Jiangxue even more amazed was the fact that Jiang Zhao's mind was still so clear and composed at this juncture. If it were anyone else, they would probably be fearful and flustered when faced with the army of pitch-black shadows, wouldn't they? Indeed, he had never disappointed her at every critical juncture. What does it mean to have the demeanor of a great general? Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao, who was in front of her, and couldn't help but take a deep breath to calm herself down. Your chain of lightning won't hurt you. Don't worry. If I get ambushed by him and get disqualified, you won't have anything to use to throw your chain of lightning, Jiang Shao said while waving his giant sword. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and waited for Jiang Shao to continue. Jiang Shao continued. In that case, just keep throwing the lightning halo. Your star power reserves are far beyond his, and his star power is about to be depleted. When his star power is depleted, you'll be able to defeat him easily. Han Jiangxue nodded thoughtfully. Jiang Xiao said in a deep voice, "Electrocute me." Han Jiangxue raised her hand and threw a chain of lightning at him. Jiang Xiao shrieked, "Ah, is it really electrocute? Aren't you hesitating at all? Damn it, you're not following the script. Aren't you supposed to say some affectionate lines? Shouldn't you be crying and telling me not to do this?" Wow, this electricity, this girl, she's so awesome. Jiang Zhao's body twitched and he fell to the ground. Chapter 326. Along with Jiang Zhao's shriek, another shriek was heard somewhere in the shadow army that was surrounding them. "Lu Yong, he's been found." After chain lightning was attached to Jiang Zhao's body, it automatically searched for the next target. The shadow army did not have a physical body, but Lu Yong was hidden and shuttling among them. Chain lightning was different from Bell, which could even control the direction of a jump. However, for a star technique like chain lightning, one could only judge the traces left by the electric current in the air. There were only 3 people and a group of illusory shadows on the field. The characteristic of chain lightning was that it would not attack its master. Hence, the crazy electric current bounced back and forth between Jiang Xiao and Lu Yong. The two of them screamed miserably, and the audience felt their scalps tingle. They all looked at Han Jiangxue, who was the only one standing on the field, in bewilderment. Yi Xuanyang looked at Jiang Xiaopi with a pitiful expression and said, "The contestant from Beijiang, Han Jiangxue, has shown her prowess. I'm afraid no one will be able to stand up now." Kai Xiaoqi continued, "That's the king of the rules awakened in the galaxy stage, and it's even a gold-quality star technique. The enemy can't stand up at all. TSK, TSK. This is already a blow that will seal the victory." Yi Xuanyang watched as chain lightning bounced back and forth between the two of them and couldn't help but sigh. "Yeah, the damage is too great." Beep, beep, beep. Jiang Xiaopi. Lu Yong has lost his ability to fight. The referee's whistle was short and urgent. Han Jiangxue hurriedly stepped forward and half-knelt in front of Jiang Xiao, only to discover to her surprise that Jiang Xiao did not faint. "Are you kidding me? She's in the galaxy stage, and chain lightning is a gold-quality output star technique with lightning attributes. Yet Jiang Xiao didn't faint?" Jiang Zhao's body turned numb, and he shivered uncontrollably. He wanted to yell and prove to the people of the country that he did not faint and that he would be able to stand up again if given some time, but that would seem to expose his gold-quality defensive star technique endurance. The mercenary leader that Jiang Xiao once encountered in the snowfield had a gold-quality steel body that Jiang Xiao could not cut off with a dagger. Now, Jiang Zhao's endurance was also of gold quality, but he didn't have the physical defense of body of steel. Hence, he still couldn't be invulnerable. However, the defense provided by patience was more comprehensive. In fact, the names of the star techniques explained everything. One was called body of steel, while the other was called endurance. For example, the scene that was happening in front of them was enough to tell that Jiang Zhao's thunder resistance was much higher than that of ordinary people. If nothing went wrong, Jiang Zhao's resistance to fire and ice should be the same. However, the judge's judgment of losing the ability to fight was reasonable. Regardless of Jiang Zhao's resistance, and whether he was conscious or not, his body was numb and he could not move. He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Regardless of what happened on Lu Yang's side, on Jiang Zhao's side, although he appeared to be severely injured and badly mutilated by the electric shock, in fact, his life was not in any danger. Moreover, he was still cheering in his heart. Victory! The strategy worked. He had advanced to the finals. "Xiaopi," Han Jiangxue said with a distressed expression. She lifted Jiang Xiao up and looked around blankly for a doctor. All of a sudden, a thick fog floated in the field, and as Jiang Xiao breathed, he began to heal the 3 of them from the inside out, from head to toe, without leaving any blind spots. When the fog covered the 3 of them, the audience finally reacted. The outcome had been decided. The team from Jiangbin High School had made it to the finals. Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table excitedly and yelled, "Victory! Jiangbin High School has advanced. One of the finalists for the 2016 National High School League has been decided. It's the team from Beijiang, Jiangbin High School. Is this dark horse really going to stay dark till the end?" Yi Xuanyang's voice was also trembling. "We are all witnesses of history, and they are the creators of history," Kai Xiaoqi said. "There are always people who are born to create history. They think what ordinary people can't think of and do what ordinary people can't." Hai Tianqing, who had always been calm and composed, revealed a rare expression of excitement. He waved his fist forcefully. "Yay, not only am I out on public holiday, but I'm also going to get a promotion and a raise." As the medical staff entered the field, two figures staggered out of the thick fog, one step at a time. Looking at the back of the siblings, the crowd applauded once again, like a surging tide. Jiang Xiao raised his head and looked at the huge stadium. They were unfamiliar faces, but they were full of praise and encouragement. They were not stingy with their applause and screams. They were also willing to offer flowers and compliments just for the group of children who were still working hard. Although Jiang Zhao's skin had been healed by the thick fog, there were still some bloodstains on his forehead. He stopped in his tracks and turned around slightly. Han Jiangxue was confused, but she let him do whatever he wanted. She held on to Jiang Zhao's shoulder and helped him turn around, just like a silent curtain call. Their actions resulted in a greater response from the tens of thousands of people in the stadium. Jiang Xiao pursed his lips and suddenly thought of Hemingway's words. "This world is so beautiful that it's worth fighting for." Kacha! A photo was fixed. Jiang Xiao was covered in blood. Han Jiangxue was holding on to him, and the audience was applauding enthusiastically. There were layers of fog floating in the distance, and the medical staff was carrying a stretcher out of the fog. That photo seemed to be the best interpretation of the competition. Jiang Xiao also found the photo on the internet before he went to bed at night. He felt that it was a good photo and hence posted it on his Weibo excitedly. When he logged into Weibo, he realized that the other world was actually like this. No matter how beautiful the real world was, the online world was just as ugly. Separated by a layer of screen, all kinds of monsters, demons, and monsters had all shown their true forms. Han Jiangxue won the favor of a large number of fans with her superb personal strength and outstanding appearance. She had about 300,000 fans. Han Jiangxue did not manage Weibo and almost never posted any status updates. Some of her comments and likes were also for Jiang Xiao, as if she had opened Weibo just to communicate with Jiang Xiao. After the preliminary round, due to the sudden increase in the number of fans and messy comments, she turned off the comment function. At this moment, her Weibo was still rather quiet, but she had already been scolded badly by some marketing accounts, media outlets, and even Jiang Zhao's Weibo. Everything was because Han Jiangxue used chain lightning on Jiang Xiao. Yes, because of that chain lightning, Han Jiangxue had become an unpardonable sinner who had committed an innumerable number of crimes. Are outstanding people really that hated and envied? Han Jiangxue, who had always been perfect, suddenly had a black mark on her. The jealous haters seemed to have reached an orgasm. Jiang Xiao saw a lot of disgusting comments in his previous Weibo post. For example, they said that Jiang Xiao was just a tool. In order to win, Han Jiangxue was unscrupulous and ruthless. She even electrocuted her teammates and even her family members. After the competition, she pretended to support him and put on a pretentious performance. She deserved to die a horrible death. Wait. Fortunately, Jiang Zhao's Weibo was the base camp of his fans. Apart from a small number of die-hard fans who were swayed by the comments, the majority of the sane ones were scolded and drowned out the disgusting comments. Jiang Xiao didn't know what was wrong with this world, but he felt that was unfair for Han Jiangxue. He felt that someone like her deserved to live in a better world. For some reason, Jiang Xiao had a feeling that he was going to become a psychopathic murderer. So, is that the reason why I killed Han Jiangxue? To send her to a beautiful paradise? What kind of bullsh asterisk T logic is that? Jiang Xiao lay in bed and looked at the replies on Weibo, feeling a little vexed. Hence, he posted a Weibo post with a photo of Han Jiangxue supporting him after he won. Jiang Xiaopi, mischievous or not, just posted from Huawei. Mate 8 awakened, trained for battle, and born for victory. I was the one who came up with the plan and repeatedly begged her to electrocute me. I was also the one who resorted to unscrupulous means to win. There were audio and video recordings of everything, and there was evidence to check. I have a good relationship with her, and will continue to be so. Although I was adopted, this family has given me a lot of love and raised me up. When I was young, my mother taught me to be kind. Later on, when I grew up, I encountered some things and met some people. I just hope that they were born and raised by their mothers. A Weibo post that was half true and half false was posted. Jiang Xiao put down his mobile phone, and the room fell into darkness. Knock, knock, knock. More than 10 seconds later, someone knocked on the door all of a sudden. Jiang Xiao got up helplessly and walked towards the door. Who is it? There was no response from outside. Jiang Xiao frowned slightly and opened the door, only to see Han Jiangxue standing quietly at the door in a white nightgown. She was expressionless, but she took a step forward and hugged Jiang Xiao gently. Jiang Xiao said. She wrapped her arms around his neck tighter and tighter, causing him to be out of breath. Jiang Xiao whispered, "Why don't you come in? There should be surveillance cameras in the corridor, right? You're hugging me in your nightgown in the middle of the night. You've been filmed." Han Jiangxue simply buried her face in Jiang Xiao's shoulder and hugged him tightly without saying a word. Jiang Xiao seemed to have thought of something and said, "Well, it seems that I can't come in either. If the surveillance cameras see you entering this room in your nightgown, it'll be even more explosive." Han Jiangxue suddenly said softly, "Stop being mischievous, even if it's just for a while." Jiang Xiao remained silent for a while before reaching out and patting her back gently. He said softly, "You've taken care of me alone for 3 years. Let me take care of you next." Han Jiangxue fell silent and merely nodded her head gently while burying it on Jiang Xiao's shoulder. A few seconds later, she shook her head gently and said in a soft and trembling voice, "Dream on. Let's talk about it after you graduate from university." Chapter 327. Jiang Xiao became a trending topic. At this stage, Jiang Xiao was really easy to become a trending topic. The National High School League, which was watched by the entire nation and even the world, was no longer considered a hot topic. It was simply a base station. In this base station, the slightest disturbance would be amplified and spread out infinitely. After the competition, 6 of the top 10 trending topics were occupied by news related to the National High School League. For example, the team representing Beijing had created 35 years of history by charging into the semifinals like a dark horse. For example, Ingshi repeatedly declined to be the best Rules Awakened this year and repeatedly stated that he would be in awe and respect during the finals. He would seriously challenge Han Jiangxue, the overlord of the galaxy stage, with the mentality of challenging the strong. Well, it was hard to tell how Ingshi became a trending topic. After all the comments under the related news were like, "You two don't have to fight it out. We're not blind. We can tell who's the guy and who's the girl." Yes, Capital Number 32 High School won. Capital Number 32 High School and Haisu Normal University Affiliated High School were both hot favorites to win the championship. The debate before the competition was evenly split. Capital Number 32 High School had a shield warrior, a melee warrior, a Rules Awakened, and a support. On the other hand, Haisu Normal University Affiliated High School had a shield warrior, 2 Rules Awakened, and a support. The competition was extremely intense, and the two sides fought back and forth. When the strength of the two sides was relatively balanced, the so-called X factor would jump out and play a role. Such contestants had above-average abilities, but they were not the best of the team or superstars. However, once they went berserk, they would be able to perform at a godlike level. In the tough competition, no one from Haisu Normal University Affiliated High School stood out. However, Capital Number 32 High School sent out a melee warrior, in me. That was how exciting it was to determine the outcome of the competition. A small mistake or a small choice would change the outcome of the competition. During the intense battle between the two sides, Enmi defeated the enemy shield warrior, Han Chuqin, with his sword in hand, thus opening up the situation. Han Chuqin, who was more than 2 meters tall, had solid basic skills and a steady fighting style. He was a very reliable shield warrior. His defense shouldn't have been broken, but Enmi really went all out. His saber technique was very strange and ruthless, and his movement technique was even more outstanding. Facing the shield warrior Han Chuqin, who was fighting hard, Enmi created a diversion and used his amazing battle intelligence and creative tactics to directly send Han Chuqin out of the competition. The two Thunderbolt Dharmarajas of Haisu Normal University's affiliated high school had completely let go of their inhibitions. On the other hand, Ingshi from Capital High School number 32 cleverly used the Star Technique Space Backpack to resist the Thunderbolt Star Technique. There was also Enmi, who had gone berserk. While invisible, she wandered around the battlefield. She coordinated with Ingshi's steady fire damage output and finally managed to win the match. The two finalists for the finals were finally out. Jiangbin High School versus Capital number 32 High School. After talking about the competition, back to the news. Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue were both on the trending topics. The reason was, of course, that Han Jiangxue had been bullied online. Jiang Xiao had posted on Weibo to defend his teammates and retaliate. To Jiang Xiao's surprise, the post he posted on Weibo brought him nearly 160,000 fans, or perhaps it was because of the competition for the top 4. In short, the number of Jiang Xiao's Weibo followers was close to 500,000, leaving him at a loss. Besides, through the official platform, Jiang Xiao was also registered as a celebrity, verified as 2016 National High School League Star student. It's fine if I'm a contestant, but what does it mean to be a celebrity student? Have I become a celebrity? That's not too bad. I'm not labeled as a toxic healer, but the officials have taken care of me. Jiang Xiao's Weibo post was filled with comments of toxic milk powder. Jiang Xiao thought to himself, since I'm already famous, I shouldn't idle around. After the college entrance examination, I should take on advertisements to earn money. Lu Yang also became a trending topic after that. He and Jiang Xiao were both on the trending topic because of his reply. One could imagine how explosive the news of a national high school league was. Under Jiang Xiao's new Weibo post, Lu Yang replied, Tianjin thug Lu Deong, at Jiang Xiao mischievous or not bandit. Bring your sister to Tianjin after the holidays. I know a place that tastes delicious. The potential impact of such a message was greater than that of the written content. Since Lu Yang replied on Jiang Xiao's Weibo, which was Jiang Xiao's home ground, the replies below Lu Yang's message were neatly generous. They appreciated each other on and off the court. The two of them were injured by Han Jiangxue's chain lightning, but they didn't harbor any resentment at all. The haters who were hurling insults everywhere in the name of feeling sorry for the two of them should take a break. Everything was just as Jiang Xiao's Weibo had said. Be awakened. They trained for battle and lived for victory. It was like asking a professional athlete to take pity on his opponent and go easy on him. Victory and glory for the country were engraved in the minds of these athletes. Their years, or even decades of hard training, the beliefs they had established, and all their persistence could be summed up in one word: win. Yet, you wanted to take pity on the weak and go easy on them? That's unbelievable. Yuan Qinghua and Xia Yan were indeed a little overboard, but that was because of their different professions and combat styles. Did you really think that they were going easy on them? They won more decisively and thoroughly than Han Jiangxue. A considerable number of Awakened would become Star Warriors in the future, and there were people who would really fight on the battlefield. If they still wanted to go home and let the people behind them have a home, they had to win, and they had no other choice but to win. During the team meeting the next afternoon, Hai Tianqing made a request that the finals would be held on May 20th. In the next few days, Hai Tianqing hoped that everyone would focus and temporarily put down their mobile phones to cut off all external interference. Everyone expressed no objections and began to study the team from number 32 high school, led by Ing Shi. The team was very well behaved, just like Zhongbin High School. They had the same profession and were considered the standard configuration of a Chinese tactical team. The melee fighter, Yin Mi, was the same as Xia Yan. He was tall, thin, and rather gentle-looking boy with red lips and white teeth. He was clean and cheerful, which was completely different from his crafty and ruthless combat style. Clearly, Yin Mi was different from assassins like Liu Yang and Xin Xing. Instead, his style was closer to Xia Yan's, and he was a powerful warrior who was agile. Everyone analyzed the star techniques and tactical cooperation of the students from number 32 high school. Everything was going well, until, as soon as Hai Tianqing said that he wanted to eliminate external interference and cut off contact with the outside world, some big shots rushed to Chang'an City. Most of the leaders who came to visit the previous time were deputy leaders. This time, well, they were actually also deputy leaders, but they had a higher status and seemed to have more authority than the previous leaders. Principal Yin had also come in person. He was the leader of Zhongbin High School, but he was just a high school principal. Jiang Xiao and the others had no choice but to cheer up and welcome the real second-in-command of the Beijiang Province Star Association. Besides, the leaders had also brought rewards and consolations, which Jiang Xiao and the others were willing to welcome. Sometimes, Jiang Xiao even thought that it would be great if the National High School League had been held 60 or 70 years earlier. In that case, Beijiang Province could not enter the semifinals for 100 years. What kind of rewards would Jiang Zhao's team receive if they were to emerge victorious again? The province would only give them a bunch of star beads for each victory. If they were to make it 100 years and set a new record, the rewards would be Jiang Xiao would probably be able to soar in one competition. In 2 competitions, Jiang Xiao might be able to gather a full set of platinum star techniques. In 3 competitions, Jiang Xiao would probably be covered in dazzling diamonds and become an immortal on the spot. After completing the entire process of the National High School League, Jiang Xiao would be able to retire and return to his hometown. He would be able to go home and raise cats, walk dogs, and have a meal. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The most important thing was that the leaders of the Provincial Star Association who came with consolations were not what made Jiang Xiao the most excited, because the people from the National Star Association were there too. The people from the National Star Association did not bring any rewards, but they were accompanied by a few people from a special department. How special are they? The people from the Beijing Star Warriors Recruitment Office, the Shanghai Star Warriors Recruitment Office, the Northwest Star Warriors Recruitment Office. Are they special? To Jiang Xiao, Han Jiangxue, and Xia Yin, they were the real big shots. As for Li Wei, forget it, I'm exhausted. Chapter 328. Principal Yin came at the right time. The leaders of various parties had gathered in Chang'an City, and Jiang Zhao's team did not embarrass any party. In fact, they were treated rather well. The leaders of the Beijiang Province Star Association were the most generous, as they prepared 3 star beads for each of the 4 members of the team. Jiang Xiao finally realized that he was not there to participate in the competition, but to stock up. Or rather, he was there to help Han Jiangxue stock up. Perhaps because of the number of star slots, Jiang Zhao's performance in actual combat made people naturally think that his 8 star slots were already filled with star techniques. Regardless of how reasonable Jiang Zhao's star technique combination was, it was basically impossible for him to advance to the galaxy stage with such low qualifications. So, the star bead that the Beijiang Province Star Association gave Jiang Xiao was actually a gift to Han Jiangxue. It was another 3 fallen shadow, which star beads. This time, Jiang Xiao felt rather calm. Be it enmity, countercurrent light, or sound of silence, they would all require a large number of star beads in order to upgrade their quality. The few star beads that he had were far from enough. Previously, after Jiang Xiao upgraded enmity and countercurrent light, he did not absorb the remaining 2 fallen shadow, which star beads. Jiang Shao now had a total of 5 fallen shadow, which star beads. Why don't let Han Jiangxue try? What if she really absorbed Sound of Silence? The leaders of the National Star Warriors Association invited them to join the National Star Warriors Association. Of course, Jiang Shao and the rest had no reason to turn them down. After all, it was better to be under a big tree. The people from the admissions offices of Beijing, Shanghai, Northwest Star Warriors, and other schools also expressed their intentions and sent invitations to Han Jiangxue on behalf of their respective schools. The so-called trial was equivalent to a guaranteed entry. Just like Li Wei, Han Jiangxue only had to go to those schools to take an internal examination, which was basically just a formality. She would then be admitted directly. There was no need to participate in the college entrance examination, and the admission quota was directly determined. Faced with the invitation from the school that she fancied, Han Jiangxue did not seem too excited. She simply thanked the teachers and politely responded that she had to focus on preparing for the national competition for the time being. After the competition, she would consider going to college. The teachers immediately expressed their understanding. Then, they drank and chatted merrily with Principal Yan. It could be said that both the host and the guest enjoyed themselves. However, Han Jiangxue was not happy. Why? Because most of the schools only invited her to participate in the trial. For example, the Capital Star Warriors University, one of the best schools in the country, was only willing to send an invitation to Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao, Xia Yin, and Li Wei, who had successfully gone ashore, were all ignored. The children were rather cultured and did not show it at the dining table. However, after they returned, Xia Yan's expression turned sullen. Hai Tianqing brought the team back to the 2 women's room. He was about to say a few words before letting the students rest quickly, but he did not expect. Bang! Xia Yan slammed the door shut, thinking to herself that the heartless and crazy husky had indeed hurt her pride. Jiang Shao and the others looked at each other, not knowing how to comfort Xia Yan. In general, none of the top schools were willing to send Xia Yan an invitation. She felt that she had performed well, although she had been eliminated early in both matches. Those who had watched the competition would be clear that Xia Yan had seized the opportunity to reduce the number of opponents each time. She had a good grasp of the situation. Besides, Xia Yan's qualifications were obvious. She had 28 star slots and was considered to be extremely talented. Are those schools really that impressive? Are they looking down on those with 28 star slots? Xia Yan was being stubborn. There was no doubt that all the schools would fight to recruit her with 28 star slots. However, there were only a few guaranteed spots each year, and those schools were there to send invitations, not to recruit all of them. There were at least 800 young talents in the category of invitations for the trial. Xia Yan really did not seem to be one of the top few in the melee combat profession. For a simple example, although Liu Yang had been defeated, most people would favor Liu Yang more than Xia Yan and leave the few slots for him. That was only considering the contestants in the competition. There were also those who did not participate. Han Jiangxue sat down beside Xia Yan and gently stroked her back. Li Wei was initially feeling rather complicated when he saw so many people from the recruitment office, but he felt much better now. After all, most of the top schools did not take a liking to him. Why aren't you as good as Xiaopi? He's 2 years younger than you. Look at him. Is he angry? Han Jiangxue looked at the furious Xia Yan and tried to persuade her softly. Jiang Shao spoke up for Xia Yan and said, I can understand her feelings. We were bound to participate in competitions and examinations as a team. In high school, it took us 3 years to accept the team and integrate into the group. They told us that teamwork is paramount. However, after we left high school and went to college, those people suddenly said that they don't care about teams but individuals. Xia Yan raised her eyes and looked at Jiang Shao. His words had really hit the nail on the head. Xia Yan thought that she was not a slacker and that she had made great contributions to the team. Why couldn't those people see it? At the very least, the Northwest Star Warrior University had the intention to let Jiang Shao participate in the trial at their school. At least, Jiang Shao would have a cover, but Xiaoyan, okay. Look at the star beads given to you by the Provincial Star Warrior Association. You'll be happy. Han Jiangxue, go to school first. We'll just take the official exam together. Your results are in the bag, aren't they? Xiaoyan frowned and pondered for a while. She finally suppressed the anger in her heart and looked at Jiang Shao. She asked in concern, "What about your results?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "What do you mean, what about my results? Who are you looking down on?" Han Jiangxue bit her lip and seemed to be conflicted. She said, "Why don't we go to the Northwest Star Warrior University together? They intend to let you go for the trial. The internal examination is much simpler than the National College entrance examination and doesn't have a high requirement for the written test. Xiaopi, you should seize this opportunity." For the first time, Han Jiangxue, who was so determined to go to the Capital Star Warrior University, changed her mind and said that she wanted to go to the Northwest Star Warrior University. Jiang Shao felt that someone was stabbing him in the heart with a knife. Hai Tianqing looked at Jiang Zhao's pained expression and smiled helplessly. Hai Tianqing was really helpless. From the distribution of the star beads to the recruitment of the various schools, every step was really a test of the unity of the students. The finals were about to begin, and he couldn't afford to be distracted at this juncture. The contestants were all teenagers who were full of vigor and vigor. If Xia Yin was such a petty person, how could they continue the competition? Is this also a test in disguise? Regardless of the outcome of the competition, Hai Tianqing was prepared to make a suggestion to the competition authorities after the competition in order to prevent similar incidents from happening again. At least before the finals, the schools could not be allowed to contact the contestants in private. Or did the competition authorities have such a rule in the first place, and the schools just decided to implement it? Did they make use of the National Star Warrior Association to take advantage of the loopholes? Seeing that Xia Yin had temporarily let go of the knot in her heart, Jiang Shao hurriedly changed the topic and looked at Han Jiangxue. "What kind of star bead did the people of the Provincial Star Warrior Association give you as a reward?" "It's said to be the star bead of the flame, source star bead." Han Jiangxue took out 3 crimson star beads and said, "It's the same as the flame soul star bead. They're all from the dimensional space in the fire source mountain range." Li Wei, who was at the side, searched for information on his mobile phone while saying, "This is a very powerful star bead that can summon flame puppets." In fact, Li Wei had already mentioned it before he had even found the information. Jiang Shao could tell that his knowledge of star study was rather solid. Jiang Shao saved himself a lot of trouble. He picked up a crimson star bead and pretended to be amazed. He placed it in front of his eyes and observed it. There were layers of fine particles flowing continuously in the crimson star bead, which was rather beautiful. In fact, Jiang Shao was already looking at his internal star map. Flame Puppet Star Bead, Gold Quality, Star Technique. 1. Flame Puppets. Summon 2 burning flame puppets. They can emit flames to hurt the enemy or self-destruct to cause a painful blow to the enemy. The duration of the flame puppet's duration is affected by the summoner's star power. The continuous emission of flames will also drain their bodies and accelerate their death. Silver Quality, Upgradable 2. Flame Puppets. Summon a huge flaming flame puppet that has the characteristics of flame puppets and can help you summon flame puppets. Gold Quality, Upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? Jiang Shao blinked and thought, 2-star techniques? This flame puppet is alright, but what the hell is this flame puppet? Why does it have such a cute name? The scene in the ancient imperial mausoleum during the preliminary round appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind. When everyone saw the Capital Alliance obtaining special weapons for the first time, the ground was filled with bouncing little fiery figures. The group of happy fools only had 4 limbs and a head. They did not have any facial features and could not be distinguished from the front or back. They would often exhaust themselves completely because they emitted flames to attack their opponents. They would also often jump around and have fun, only to suddenly explode and die. Well, they do seem rather cute. Chapter 329. It's a 4,000-word chapter. I hope everyone likes it. Jiang Shao looked at the introduction of the star techniques in the internal star map and his eyes lit up. On the other side, Li Wei had already found the star techniques related to the pyrotechnic puppet and read them to everyone. After listening carefully, Jiang Xiao asked, "Can these Yin Xiaomao go and explore the way?" Li Wei flipped through his mobile phone and said after a while, "The pyrotechnic puppet can be used as the vanguard and explore the way according to the summoner's thoughts. It can even do whatever the summoner requests." But Yin Xiaomao, Hai Tianqing added, "Little magical creatures like Yin Xiaomao have their own ideas." Jiang Zhao's lips twitched, and he thought, "What do you mean by have their own ideas? Just admit it if it's disobedient. Why do you have to make it sound so noble?" Li Wei looked at his mobile phone and said with uncertainty, "Someone can completely control Yin Xiaomao because that person has a high compatibility with the star bead of the pyrotechnic puppet. However, this is very rare. In general, it's good enough that Yin Xiaomao can distinguish between friend and foe. We can't expect them to do anything else." Hai Tianqing explained with a smile. "However, you can make Yin Xiaomao listen to your orders indirectly by commanding the pyrotechnic puppet. Although they are summoned, they also have a special level suppression." Han Jiangxue muttered, The three men in the room were discussing the various hidden characteristics of the new star technique when they heard Han Jiangxue's voice. Han Jiangxue looked at everyone and said, "I've seen the power of these little guys in the ancient imperial mausoleum. This star technique can make up for some of my shortcomings." Everyone nodded. Hai Tianqing asked with a bewildered expression, "So?" Han Jiangxue said, "So I absorbed this star bead." Hai Tianqing smiled and said, "I was going to suggest that you absorb it anyway." Han Jiangxue said softly, "When I held this star bead just now, I felt a special feeling." Jiang Xiao asked curiously, "What feeling?" Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, "A feeling of clarity." Jiang Xiao was even more curious. After all, Han Jiangxue wasn't a talkative person. What exactly was she trying to express? At the next moment, the white flame star map appeared on Han Jiangxue's body, and the 13-star slot was already glowing with a golden light. Did Han Jiangxue acquire the gold quality star technique? Fireworks? In the ancient imperial mausoleum, Jiang Xiao saw little burning men all over the ground, but he didn't see a single fireworks puppet. He reckoned that the contestants from the Capital Alliance did not manage to acquire this gold quality star technique. Han Jiangxue managed to absorb the star technique of flame puppet with just one star bead, bypassing the silver grade flame puppet and directly snatching the gold grade flame puppet. Wasn't this a little too overbearing? The fireworks puppet could totally summon Yin Xiaomu, which meant that Han Jiangxue had saved a star slot. Li Wei smiled and said, "Congratulations." Xia Yan's emotions came and went quickly. Upon seeing this scene, she immediately felt much happier. "That's great." With a peculiar expression on her face, Han Jiangxue looked at everyone and said, "2 star techniques. Hai Tianqing." Everyone was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue continued, "There should have been silver in this star slot, but it's probably been covered by gold." While speaking, Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Xiao. After all, Jiang Xiao was an expert in this aspect. Sound of Silence was already platinum, and so was the star slot. The luster of resentment and countercurrent light of the gold quality star technique were all overshadowed. Jiang Xiao hurriedly clapped his hands and congratulated her, looking like an obedient newbie worshipping a big shot. Jiang Xiao expressed that he didn't know anything and that it had nothing to do with him. "Don't ask me. Since I have a new star technique, why don't I give it a try? After all, it was flammable." Hai Tianqing brought everyone to the temporary training room that the hotel had prepared for them on the first floor. The empty room was made of cement, so there wouldn't be much of a problem for the flame puppet to stand on. Everyone also wanted to see if Han Jiangxue's perception was correct and if it really had 2 star techniques in 1 star. Hence, Han Jiangxue summoned Yin Xiaomu first. Whoosh, 2 little burning men that were 45 centimeters tall appeared. Their hairstyles were adorable, but they did not have necks. Their limbs were slightly thicker, and they looked like happy little fatties. The way they jumped around was very adorable. Xia Yan was very curious about the summoned creatures. She covered her body with layers of star power and flames. She then strode towards Yin Xiaomu. Yin Xiaomu was neither tall nor large. Even when it stood up straight, its head was still a distance away from Xia Yan's knees. The two Yin Xiaomu's perception was obviously not good. It only realized that someone was coming when Xia Yan was already standing beside it. Hence, it couldn't help but leap to the side. Xia Yan was speechless. Not only did Yin Xiaomu leap to the side, it even extended its arms and sprayed flames at Xia Yan. When Yin Xiaomu landed on the ground, it was already 30 centimeters tall. The other one didn't give up and actually shot itself until it disappeared. What kind of IQ is this? Or does this little guy have IQ? Why did he have to play himself into oblivion? Xia Yin dodged agilely and temporarily avoided the attack. Although Yin Xiaomu was small in size, its attacks were relentless and the flames were extremely ferocious. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been destroyed in just a few seconds. This little guy doesn't have eyes. How does it sense others? Xia Yin slowly approached the remaining Yin Xiaomu and squatted down like she was teasing a puppy. She then stretched out her burning fingers and poked Yin Xiaomu's face gently. Crackle. The flames on Yin Xiaomu's body darted around and made crackling sounds. Its short, flaming arms tried hard to push Xia Yan's fingers away, seemingly rejecting her teasing. Jiang Xiao guessed. Maybe it's through star power? After all, Han Jiangxue gave them star power. Everyone nodded and thought, that seems to make sense. Crackle. Crackle. Xia Yan was very mischievous. The more Yin Xiaomu resisted, the more she wanted to tease it. She poked its face, touched its head, and held it in her hand. It was clearly a flame, but it seemed to have a physical form. She could actually hold it in her hand. It was a wonderful feeling. Xia Yan even slapped Yin Xiaomu to the ground, almost causing her to scatter. The little burning man was displeased. It would rather die than be humiliated. It struggled to get up from the ground, and after a burst of flames and crackling sounds, boom, bang, Xia Yan was squatting on the ground instead of half kneeling, so her body was not particularly stable. The sudden explosion caused her to take a few steps back, and she fell heavily on her, but on the ground. Serve her right. Jiang Xiao almost laughed out loud. The female tyrant who had been bullying the market had finally received her retribution. It's a pity that my pure little burning man was tainted by the female tyrant. In the end, she chose to self-destruct because of her strong character. At the thought of this, Jiang Xiao suddenly felt that he could no longer laugh. Is this a sad story? You'll never understand the world of drama queens. Whoosh, at the next moment, a large flame puppet that was 5 meters tall suddenly appeared behind Xia Yan. Its entire body was made up of flames, and its size was comparable to that of the Hulk. It was just an enlarged version of Flame Xiaomu. However, it was clearly more reliable. The tall and sturdy flame puppet simply stood quietly behind Xia Yan without moving at all. Only the sparks on its body were darting around and making crackling sounds. With a thought in Han Jiangshue's mind, the large fireworks puppet actually bent down and reached out to help Xia Yan up with its flaming hand. Everyone clicked their tongues in amazement. Hai Tianqing, who is knowledgeable, exclaimed in admiration. Although the flame puppet is more obedient to the summoner, it's extremely rare to be able to make it perform such specific actions. Han Jiangxue seems to be very compatible with this star technique. Li Wei's heart skipped a beat, and he said, in that case, according to the news I just found, Han Jiangxue could try to control these flame puppets and minimize their autonomous activities. That will greatly improve the combat efficiency of the flame puppets. Han Jiangshue's eyes lit up, and she stared at the large flame puppet. It seemed to be because it was a newly obtained star technique that required some training. However, Han Jiangxue still managed to make the flame puppet do what she wanted with her incredible talent and comprehension ability. She summoned Flame Xiaomu. The flame puppet radiated flames in all directions, and after the flames subsided, Flame Xiaomu condensed and formed. More Flame Xiaomu jumped out of the large flame puppet and scampered away in all directions. Meanwhile, the large flame puppet was rapidly shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye, when the flame puppet became 45 centimeters in size, which was the same size as Flame Xiaomu, it could no longer summon Flame Xiaomu. However, although the flame puppet's height and appearance were no different from Flame Xiaomu's, it still had more self-control and could completely lead Flame Xiaomu's army. Among the crowd, it could be seen at a glance that it was the most special one. It was because it didn't have ADHD. The large, empty room was filled with little burning men. Since Han Jiangxue didn't attack anyone, they didn't have a target to attack either. They were jumping around and scurrying around. Some were even fighting. They were no longer in the realm of primary school students. Jiang Xiao felt like he had entered a kindergarten by mistake. "Let's try," Han Jiangxue said softly. At the next moment, the group of children with ADHD in the kindergarten all fell silent and stood at attention without moving at all. Han Jiangxue was self-taught. She stretched out her hands and placed them flat in mid-air, which seemed to be the accompanying movement of the star technique. The army of little burning men leaped forward. Although their movements were still comical, they were neat and uniform. Li Wei exclaimed in amazement. Han Jiangxue doesn't need the help of the flame puppet at all. She can totally lead the disobedient Flame Xiaomu by herself. Hai Tianqing was also amazed and said she shouldn't absorb other types of star techniques in the future. She should focus on fire star techniques. Her star map and fire star techniques are too compatible. Jiang Xiao had an idea again and said, "Little Jiangxue, can the process of summoning the Flame Xiaomu by the flame puppet be reversed?" Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and manipulated the army of little burning men to crash into the body of the flame puppet. Some of the Flame Xiaomu plunged into the flame puppet, while some of the Flame Xiaomu that were further away actually released flame lines at the flame puppet. It was visible to the naked eye that the fiery hornless centipede was gradually growing back. Han Jiangxue's dark eyes would occasionally be filled with crimson energy, as if there were flames flashing past them. She waved her hand casually, and the huge fireworks nothingness scattered all over the ground. The burning flames of another world gradually dissipated in the air after losing the support of star power. Everyone's scalps turned numb when they saw that Han Jiangxue had left a Flame Xiaomu behind. The little guy seemed to have contributed too much flames to the flame puppet. At this moment, it was only less than 10 centimeters in size, and it hopped back. Han Jiangxue squatted down, and the little guy hopped on her palm and spun around like an exquisite doll in a music box. "Want it burn Han Jiangxue? Is Han Jiangxue controlling this little trick too? Isn't her command a little too detailed?" Jiang Xiao suddenly asked. "Can you manipulate them to explode?" Han Jiangxue nodded. Jiang Xiao asked, "Can you manipulate other people's Flame Xiaomu to explode?" Everyone's eyes lit up. Of course, they understood what Jiang Xiao meant. Han Jiangxue thought about it for a while. After using the star technique just now, she seemed to have a certain understanding of it. She said, "It shouldn't work since it's not summoned by my star power." Jiang Xiao was a little disappointed, but Han Jiangxue changed the topic. "But the flame puppet can. Although the enemy's Flame Xiaomu isn't pieced together by my star power, there's a level suppression between them." Xia Yin was very intelligent, and she immediately understood Jiang Zhao's plan. She snapped her fingers and gloated. Someone's going to be blown silly. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he thought, if there's such a thing as level suppression for summoned creatures, I should make use of countercurrent light to give Han Jiangxue a platinum-quality flamethrower star bead. He should use this platinum-quality star bead to exchange for the gold-quality flame puppet star bead on Han Jiangxue's star map. The Fire Source mountain range and dimensional space around the capital were famous throughout the country, and the capital was the holy land of Fire Series star techniques. There should be a considerable number of fire element cultivators who had the flame puppet star technique. Before anyone knew Han Jiangxue, she would be able to catch them off guard and catch them off guard. After Han Jiangxue's reputation spread, all the star warriors who knew such a star technique would be restrained by Han Jiangxue and probably wouldn't dare to use it in front of her. Han Jiangxue's platinum quality flame puppet should be able to lead all the flame puppets summoned by the enemy to rebel. However, in order to inject a platinum-quality star bead, one would probably have to have a lot of star power to support it. There's still a long way to go. Jiang Shao thought about it and felt that he should start with something small. He would first upgrade the brass quality star techniques in Han Jiangshue's star map, such as green glow and endurance, to silver quality. She then thought about how to upgrade her silver quality star techniques to gold quality, although the goddess had finished sculpting it herself. However, Jiang Shao believed that through his meticulous sculpting, the statue of the goddess would be even more exquisite. Chapter 330. May 20th, 2016 was an extraordinary day for Jiang Shao. It was the day of the finals of the National High School League and the day of the final showdown. Ever since Jiang Shao and the others arrived in Chang and City at the beginning of May, it had been sunny and sunny. Today, Chang'an City was covered in dark clouds, and it seemed like it was going to rain. Jiang Shao got up at 6:30 in the morning, but he was not in a good state of mind. His blessing could heal his physical condition, but his mental fatigue could not be relieved. He had been out for more than half a month and had been fighting for more than half a month. It was time for him to go home. In late May, the temperature in Chang and City was already very high. The dark clouds were looming over the city, but there was no wind at all. Be it physically or mentally, it was frustrating and oppressive. Yesterday, Jiang Shao sneaked out of the hotel with Hai Tianqing and found a barber shop to get a clean and refreshing buzz cut. Jiang Shao felt that it was the wisest thing he had ever done. At this moment, Jiang Shao was wearing his buzz cut and enduring the sultry weather in the stadium. The buzz cut was the only thing that could make Jiang Shao feel mentally refreshed. Finally, the host finished introducing the process of the competition, and the simple opening ceremony was over. Jiang Shao and the others could return to the changing room to rest. There was air conditioning there, and it could be considered a sacred ground. The weather couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of the audience. There would be a total of 4 competitions today. The top 8 rankings will be finalized today. Each match was limited to a maximum of 20 minutes, and it was now 8:30 in the morning. In other words, regardless of how the previous 3 matches went, the match between Jiangbin High School and Capital Number 32 High School would start at 10 o'clock sharp. For this group of children who were good at seizing opportunities, 20 minutes was indeed a little too long. Any small mistake could lead to a complete collapse of the team. These awakened children were trained for battle. Seizing opportunities and turning the situation around from an advantageous position to a victorious one was their strength. The first competition lasted for less than 300 seconds before the winner was decided. The officials stipulated that the next competition would start at 8:55, and the 20-minute interval in between was extremely tiring for the cheerleaders. The sponsors were overjoyed and began to advertise on television and computers. In the lounge, Xia Yin sat on the bench and fiddled with the giant wooden sword in her hand. Although she had contributed to the team, her shortcomings had also been exposed to everyone. In both competitions, Xia Yin was killed by the enemy's melee fighter. However, the problem was that Xia Yin was also a melee fighter herself. Hence, Xia Yin did not have a good impression of her on the internet. Winner takes all. This was the truth everywhere. Since ancient times, there was no first place in literature and no second place in martial arts. If it was a singing and dancing competition or a writing competition, people might have a lot of disputes over the rankings. However, when it came to a battle between awakened ones, a loss was a loss. No matter how much one bragged, a loss was a loss. After being defeated twice by players of the same profession, Xia Yan's rating dropped from A to B+. The Chinese were really passionate about rankings. After every competition, there would be hundreds of thousands of spectators evaluating the performance of the children. In the first round of the preliminary round, Han Jiangxue was still rated A+, but after 2 rounds, Han Jiangxue was already at the top of the list. She was far ahead of the other young talents and was now at the S+ level. Han Jiangxue was the epitome of the saying, "It's lonely at the top." Among the nearly 1,000 contestants this year, the only one who could compare to her was Qing Hua from southern Guangdong in Yuan Dynasty. Her rating was fixed at S-. Being a galaxy stage overlord was really not a joke. The more interesting thing was that Jiang Zhao's rating soared from B to A+, which was the complete opposite of Xia Yan's. Everyone watched as a young man with 9-star slots with low aptitude conquered everyone and climbed to the top of the world step by step. In the end, he stood on the stage of the finals as the only support of the team from Jiangbin High School. That made most people's jaws drop, and some of the spectators were also amazed. During this period of time, when Xia Yan and Li Wei were gradually being cursed by the netizens as slackers, Jiang Xiao suddenly rose up. Even though he was beside Han Jiangxue, he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. That was enough to show Jiang Zhao's true strength. The belated people finally realized that, yes, they could question the number of star slots Jiang Xiao had and despise his low aptitude, low growth rate, and low potential. However, they definitely could not question his combat power at this moment. The host, Yi Xuanyang, said that he was the best support under the galaxy stage and finally received the approval of the entire nation. The eyes of the masses were clear, and they were considered the most authoritative organization. Yi Xuanyang had his own show on CCTV in the first place, and the ratings were not low in the first place. With the popularity of a national league, the ratings soared. After the semifinals, Yi Xuanyang reviewed the 2 matches between Jiangbin High School and Dian High School, as well as the 2 matches between Jiangbin High School and Tianjin Nanmen High School. The interesting thing was that be it the top 8 or the top 4, the support would always be the final call at the last moment. During the battle between the top 8 and Yuan Dynasty's Qinghua, Jiang Xiao mysteriously led the team to victory. During the battle between the top 4 and Liu Yang, the host, Yi Xuanyang, led everyone to carefully watch the interaction between Jiang Xiao and Han Jiangxue at the last moment of the competition. During the show, Yi Xuanyang was full of admiration for Jiang Zhao's choice. On the surface, the leader of Jiangbin High School was undoubtedly Han Jiangxue. However, in reality, the support was the real leader at the most critical moment. It was obviously a team with 2 core members, but Han Jiangxue was too outstanding and overshadowed the brilliance of the others. At this point, through the comprehensive comments of the top 8 and top 4 matches, Yi Xuanyang sincerely praised Jiang Xiao for being the best support under the galaxy stage and received the approval of the majority of the audience. Yes, Jiang Zhao's hardware was not enough, and he even felt so inferior that he did not dare to show his star map, for fear that he would be publicly executed by the entire world. However, his software was beyond the reach of ordinary people. He was calm and composed, not panicking in the face of danger. He was quick-witted and good at responding. He did not hesitate to do big things and was never stingy to sacrifice himself to help the team. He could be said to be brave and resourceful. What was the demeanor of a great general? This seemingly absurd and comical support position was the best interpretation of this phrase. Yi Xuanyang admired Jiang Xiao very much. After all, she was a host of CCTV and was considered a public figure. Hence, she paid a lot of attention to her words and vocabulary. Most of the words that came out of her mouth were full of praises. On the other hand, the netizens' comments about Jiang Xiao on the internet were rather unruly. Regarding Jiang Zhao's actions, the netizens praised, cursed, and ridiculed him. For example, they called him an actor, a drama queen, a scheming bitch, and so on. That was what happened during the 3 days that Jiang Xiao was disconnected from the internet. The members of the team did not know about that, but they could clearly feel that Xia Yan was under a lot of pressure. She probably did not hear any rumors, so they reckoned that she was the one who put the pressure on herself. Jiang Xiao walked over, lifted the giant sword with one hand, and sat beside Xia Yan. He then put the giant sword down and placed it on his lap. Xia Yan remained unmoved and simply stroked the wooden giant sword over and over again. Some people were kings in their own fields, and it was the same when it came to the national competition. On the other hand, somewhere in the limelight in their hometown, but would perform mediocre in the National League. Xia Yin clearly belonged to the latter. She looked at Han Jiangxue before looking at herself, feeling the huge gap and pressure. It turned out that the top student scored 100 points because she only scored 100 points in the paper. She scored 99 points because her standards were only at 99 points. Xia Yin did not have a good time in the past few days. Only when Han Jiangxue absorbed 2-star techniques in 1 star did Xia Yin feel happy for her. Ever since then, Xia Yin had become increasingly gloomy. Unlike the calm and composed Li Wei, Xia Yin was a little impatient, and she really did not want to be left behind too far behind Han Jiangxue. The two of them were childhood friends and indeed had a close relationship. However, if things were to go on like this, she would not even be qualified to be on the same team as Han Jiangxue. Fortunately, she had advanced to the peak of the nebulous stage a few days ago. Otherwise, she would be in an even worse mood now. Her poor performance in the competition, her inability to catch up with her friend, and so on. Various worries weighed down on her heart, making the crazy husky Xia Yin completely quiet down. Han Jiangxue took note of it and kept it in mind. It had been a few days, but her comforting words did not have the desired effect. Hence, Han Jiangxue was at a loss for what to do. Beep, beep, beep. Great Bay High School wins. The sound of the referee's whistle pulled everyone back from their thoughts. Jiang Xiao gently nudged Xia Yan's shoulder and said, "It's time for us to take the field after Jimin Nankai High School and Heisa Normal University, affiliated to Heisa Normal University, finished competing for the 3rd and 4th place." Xia Yin said, "Okay." Jiang Xiao scratched his head helplessly and said, "Coaxing women is the most troublesome." Xia Yin turned around and asked with raised brows, "So?" Jiang Xiao chuckled and asked, "So, can you become a man?" Xia Yin was dumbfounded. Jiang Xiao put an arm around Xia Yan's shoulder and exclaimed, "Remember, you're a man. A real man should have the power to conquer the mountains and rivers. You have to have lofty aspirations, too. How can you be a hero?" Xia Yin was speechless. Why did I suddenly become a man? Cheer up. Jiang Xiao patted Xia Yan's shoulder and exclaimed, "Win, you, and I will chug alcohol and eat meat. Lose, you, and I will regroup and start all over again." The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched awkwardly, and she said, "Thank you." Jiang Xiao put an arm around Xia Yan's shoulder and said politely, "Good brother, 1 blanket." Xia Yan finally couldn't help but pushed Jiang Xiao away. She initially had a sullen expression on her face, but she finally smiled and chided, "Who wants to be with you for the rest of their lives?" Jiang Xiao thought to himself, "You don't need a lifetime. 1 blanket is enough. You and I will meet on the golden wind and the morning dew. Tomorrow, we'll be on opposite sides of the road. Wouldn't it be great to use the kidneys instead of the heart? Damn it, I'm such a scumbag." Chapter 331. I'll go. Jiang Xiao looked up at the television in the locker room, which was broadcasting the competition outside. The battle for 3rd place was exceptionally fierce. While mumbling, Jiang Xiao couldn't help but turn his head away, seemingly unable to bear to watch anymore. From a personal point of view, Jiang Xiao certainly hoped that the Tianjin team would win the 3rd place. After all, he had a good relationship with Liu Yang. However, things did not go as planned. The lightning Dharmarajas of Heisa Normal University affiliated high school were about to blow up the entire stadium. The lineup of both sides was also very interesting. The South Tianjin team had 2 Shield Warriors, while the Heisa team had 2 Thunder Mages. However, the 2 Shield Warriors could not withstand the 2 Thunder Mages. Kai Yao was locked onto by the Thunder technique almost immediately. Kai Yao, who had a hard control skill, could be said to have pressed the button and created a ladle. The 2 Thunder Kings turned into long-distance runners, sprinting at all times and never stopping. Kai Yao's silence wasn't as good as Jiang Zhao's ability to remain silent. It could be seen that Hai Su Shi had planned his running route very well. The 2 Thunder Masters never met each other. Even if they were silenced, they didn't care. Enduring the chaotic astral power in their bodies, they ran out, braced themselves, and continued to blast. Besides, most of the Thunderbolt Star techniques were instantaneous. Soon, Fan couldn't take it anymore. Wenremu's harassment also made Kai Yao furious for a while. In the end, Liu Yong was unable to turn the tide and was scratched by the electric currents. Then his opponent seized the opportunity and completely lost. Without a doubt, this year's National High School League was still dominated by the strong. Those who entered the semifinals were basically all from large cities and provinces. The final ranking was also in line with everyone's expectations. Except for Great Bay High School, which was knocked down by the Dark Horse. The rankings of the other schools were almost the same as in the preliminary round. In terms of ranking, the strong would always be strong. Regardless of the format of the competition, be it the preliminary round or the semifinals, the ranking would be roughly the same. The third was Haisu Normal University Affiliated High School. The fourth was Tianjin Nankai High School. The fifth was Nanyue Great Bay High School. The sixth was Zhejiang Tushan High School. The seventh was Imperial Capital Duguang High School. Of the two teams that were about to compete for the championship, one of them was Capital Number 32 High. The semifinals of the National High School League had been a tradition that had been going on for decades. All the spots had been taken by the major cities and provinces. No, not all of them. There was an exception this year. That dark horse was like a hot knife through butter, forcibly snatching a spot from the hands of Tyrant. What was even more frightening was that this dark horse did not stop at the 8th place. Instead, he charged straight into the battle for the championship. Now, this group of children who challenged the limits of people's psychological endurance and created miracles along the way had arrived at the green field. Of course, it was the Imperial Capital's 32 who had the advantage in ranking. Today, dark clouds hung over the city, and the air was stuffy and hot. There was no wind at all, so it seemed that he could choose either side. It settled. Ingshi chose the east side. Both sides stood in a 2-2 formation. Li Wei was standing in front of Jiang Shao, and the two of them were standing on the left side of the field. Xia Yin was standing in front of Han Jiangxue, and the two of them were standing on the right side of the field. Opposite Xia Yin was the enemy's shield warrior, Gao Kuan. He was nearly 9 meters tall and had a strong physique. He had a cold and stern expression on his face. Standing behind the shield warrior Gao Kuan was the enemy's support, the medical awakened with tinfoil hair, Li Yuan. Opposite Li Wei was the enemy's melee fighter, Yin Mi. He was about 8 meters tall and was rather thin. He looked gentle and clean, giving off a comfortable vibe. However, the Zamadeo in his hand was extremely ferocious. Although it was made of wood, no one would underestimate the power it would release in Yin Mi's hands. Finally, they saw another awakened who was using a traditional Chinese long-handled weapon. Yin Mi should be the same as Wu Haoyang, but a head-on style. Xia Yan's style was the same too. Compared to Yuan Qinghua and Liu Yang, Xia Yin probably preferred to fight passionately. Behind Yin Mi stood Ing Shi, the absolute core of the 32 High School. Gao Kuan, the shield warrior of the 32 High School, was nearly 9 meters tall, but he was still not the tallest in the team. As a mage, Ing Shi was 195 centimeters tall. His stocky build made him look like a melee warrior. Ing Shi had a square face and had just turned 18 years old. Already, he had a dignified aura and seemed to be a seedling of the national team. The International University League was held once every 2 years, just like the Football World Cup that was held once every 4 years. It was a global event. If Han Jiangxue did not appear, he would be like the kind of leader who led the Chinese students to compete in international competitions. However, most of the teams from the University League were in their 3rd or 4th year. There were almost no Year 2 or Year 2 students. In other words, he still had 3 to 4 years to surpass Han Jiangxue, who was in the same cohort as him. In 4 years, no one could say for sure who would change or who would emerge as a new force. China had a different selection method for the contestants who were going to compete in international competitions compared to high school. The contestants would all participate in the selection in the name of their respective universities and could be selected individually or as a team. However, it was important to note that even if one participated in a team selection, the final selection would only be the individual in the team. That was a sad thing. High school taught the group of children that teamwork was paramount and collective interests were above everything else. In college, teams were only used to highlight the individual. However, on a higher level, for the honor of the country and the collective, such a selection model was in line with the values of the children. There were individual and team competitions in international competitions. In the end, the officials would select the strongest in each position or the best in combination star techniques to form 3 to 5 teams. They would also select 8 to 10 individuals to compete in the international competition and show the glory of the country. Of course, that was too far away from Jiang Shao. Perhaps Han Jiangxue could really be selected for the national team with her talent and hard work, but it would probably be difficult for Jiang Shao. He was still a small fry in the early nebula stage. He might be able to rush to the galaxy stage by using his skill points, but that would just be a lie to himself. According to the current rate of improvement in his physical strength, he might not even be able to enter the galaxy stage in college. The college students who wore the Chinese flag and competed in international competitions were all in the galaxy stage. Hence, Han Jiangxue and Yuan Qinghua, who were the first to enter the galaxy stage, were favored by a large number of schools who tried their best to recruit them. If they were given 3 to 4 years to grow, they might be able to become national players. If a certain school were to be selected to compete in international competitions, the school would gain both fame and fortune. There would only be 3 to 5 teams and 8 to 10 individuals participating in the International University League each year. What did that mean? It meant that only 30 people in the country could wear the battle robes. There would also be a few substitute teams in the teams, and there would be 0 to 2 substitutes among the 8 to 10 people. In other words, there would only be 2 main teams that would really fight for the country. The number of individuals would also be fixed at 8. How many people would actually participate? There were 8 team players and 8 individual players. There were only 16 people in total. Even a fool would know the strength of these 16 contestants without even using their brains to think. Jiang Shao. Forget it. I'll just be a small fry. At that time, he might have been touring in some wonderful dimensional space with Second Last or fighting with the mercenaries of some country. Jiang Shao looked at Ing Shi's square face and secretly kept his guard up. He was also a Rules Awakened who had a space backpack and a Wind Series star technique. However, he was proficient in the use of Fire Series star techniques, so people seem to have forgotten his trump card. The host, Kai Xiaoqi, exclaimed excitedly, "It's starting. The competition is about to begin." The formation and lineup choices of both teams are shockingly similar. Yi Xuanyang nodded and said, "Yeah, it's the same 2 to 2 with the same agility mage and shield healer. The 2 teams are almost the same." Kai Xiaoqi said, "You know, the formation and lineup are all decided before the competition, and there's no need for on-the-spot adjustments. Both teams made the same choice. Could it be that their tactics are the same too?" However, Yi Xuanyang shook her head and said, "I doubt that. The contestants from number 32 high school don't have terrifying control, star techniques like Jiang Xiaopi." Kai Xiaoqi nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, the difficulty of absorbing the star technique sound of silence is so high that the probability is so low that it makes one's hair stand on end. Not everyone has the qualifications to acquire the sound of silence." Beep, beep, beep. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the referee raised the small flag high and blew the whistle. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The star maps were released one after another, and the green field was filled with colorful and beautiful lights. It was also at this moment that everyone was stunned. Ingshi from number 32 high school in the capital actually had 16 bright star slots lit up on his star map like a candle. A few days ago, 8 of them were lit up, but now 16 of them were lit up. Galaxy stage. Not only did he advance to the galaxy stage within 3 days, he even filled up his 8 new star slots. The 2016 National High School League could be said to be exciting and full of twists and turns. In the highly anticipated finals, the third Overlord of the Galaxy stage had appeared. There was a huge uproar in the stadium, which was filled with tens of thousands of people. The sounds of exclamation, discussion, and cheering filled the air. There had never been such a situation in the past years. The new generation of children was rising at an astonishing rate. Could it be that China had really come to pass? This golden age, as you wish. However, Jiang Xiao was shocked. Yingxi's additional 8 star slots allowed him to absorb 8 new star techniques. He could have taken them by surprise and even eliminated the team from Jiangbin High School. However, he didn't hide it and chose to reveal it at this moment. Why? Is he trying to intimidate the enemy? No, a bluff definitely wouldn't be as beneficial as taking them by surprise. At this point, it was already the finals, and everyone's mental fortitude was above the passing line. Why didn't she do that? Jiang Xiao focused on the essence of the problem. What are the benefits of lighting up the star map? Of course, the star techniques will be more powerful and the casting speed would be faster. So, he wants to be faster? Does he want to insta-kill someone? That's unrealistic, isn't it? Could it be that he wants to seize control first? Does he want to seize control first? In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiao had analyzed the enemy's mentality and plans. However, time waited for no one, and the referee's flag had already been lowered. At this moment, if Han Jiangxue had enough insight, she wouldn't have raised her shield first and should have attacked Yingxi instead. Jiang Xiao couldn't care less. As the flag was lowered and the whistle sounded, Jiang Xiao yelled, "Attack, Yingxi!" All of a sudden, a strange flame ignited on Jiang Xiao's body. Jiang Xiao did not disappoint anyone. Half a second ago, he had already cast Sound of Silence. The finals. It officially began. Chapter 332. What star technique is this? Jiang Zhao's body was covered in white flames that were burning his clothes and body. What star technique is this? At least it's not the fire source mountain range of the capital. Otherwise, Jiang Xiao would have definitely recognized it. However, Jiang Xiao couldn't care less about the flames on his body. When he activated Sound of Silence again and wanted to smash the Shield Warrior and Support Star technique, he suddenly discovered that the star power in his body was a little unstable. It was fine when he didn't use the star technique, but once he did, the flames on his body seemed to be able to block the star power and prevent Jiang Xiao from casting the next Sound of Silence. He did not know whether to exhale or inhale halfway through. Although he would not be seriously injured, it completely disrupted his rhythm. Jiang Xiao was shocked and thought, this star technique can actually disrupt the enemy's use of auxiliary star techniques? He frantically tried to extinguish the flames on his body. But how could such a physical method be able to extinguish the star technique so easily? When Jiang Xiao was in trouble, Li Wei guarded him carefully, for fear that the superstar of the enemy, Yingxi, would kill Jiang Xiao instantly. Han Jiangxue was extremely well-versed in battle tactics, and her battle strategy was almost the same as Jiang Zhao's. She really didn't follow the previous strategy and summoned her dark blue scepter immediately. The scepter in her right hand appeared with the gem on its tip shining. The lightning in the air tore the cage apart and smashed onto Yingxi's body. Her movements were smooth and pleasing to the eye. Yingxi was really a tough guy. Even after suffering such a heavy blow, he didn't scream out loud. Besides, everyone was surprised to discover that Yingxi actually had something in common with the Thunderbolt Dharmarajas of the high school affiliated to the University of Haisu and Zhidong Mountain High School. He had a higher resistance to Thunderbolt star techniques. Yingxi's majestic body trembled slightly, but there was no doubt that he was not directly struck out by the lightning. What was even more unexpected was that the enemy's melee fighter, Yinmi, seemed to have predicted that he would be silenced. He was already mentally prepared for it. Despite his extremely uncomfortable body, he managed to knock Shi out of the domain of silence with his shoulder. There was no improvisation at all, and it was completely set up before the match. At this moment, everything was presented according to the plan of the 32 high school. Han Jianshui's second strike with her dark blue scepter actually missed because Yin Mi's force was too great and Shi flew out too quickly. Shi, who was flying rapidly in the air, waved his hands continuously, and the ground beneath Jiang Xiao and Han Jianshui's feet was torn apart, causing lava and flames to spurt out. Han Jianshui reacted extremely quickly and immediately propped up the flame shield. The sounds of the flames colliding with the flame's shield filled the air continuously. It was a close shave. On the other hand, Xia Yan had already rushed to the enemy's side. Seeing that she was about to be knocked into the middle, Xia Yan immediately changed her direction and dragged her giant sword towards Shi. Swish, swish, swish. A series of stars fell from the sky and landed on Shi's body. Shi's body, which had been struck by the lightning and was bleeding profusely, was actually healing rapidly. Whoosh! Shi also put up a flame shield. He waved his right hand again, and the strange flames on Jiang Zhao's body started burning again. Rumble! The wanton lightning struck down, but this time it hit Shi's flame shield. The stars penetrated the flame shield one after another and fused into Shi's body, rapidly healing him. Capital High School number 32 had really made the first move. They had seized the only weakness of Jiangbin High School. They did not have a star technique of purification. Not to mention the few attackers, even Jiang Xiao himself did not have a star technique of purification. That seemed to be the only shortcoming of the team. Jiang Zhao's star power was disrupted by the strange white flames, but he had no solution. Jiang Xiao was not the only one because Shi had also cast the strange flames on Han Jianshui. Han Jianshui's dark blue scepter paused for a moment, and the lightning that was supposed to be thick became incomplete. There were only a few tiny sparks that descended from the sky. Everyone in the field exclaimed. Although Yin Mi, the melee fighter from Capital High School number 32, was smashed to the ground by Sound of Silence, the other three were already on the right track. The people from Jiangbin High School were in a huge crisis. Jiang Xiao immediately activated enmity. The infuriating thing was that enmity was always forced to shut down because of the intermittent star power. The star power was not seriously disrupted, but it would always be cut off at the critical moment. It was as if he couldn't inhale this breath of oxygen again and again. This feeling was really terrible. He had to hit where it hurt. The fatal weakness of Jiangbin High School was finally found, and Capital High School number 32 also gained a huge advantage. The flames on Jiang Zhao's body seemed to be flames, but they were actually a star technique that was difficult to extinguish. Jiang Xiao took off his clothes, but it didn't work either. The flames were burning along Jiang Zhao's body. Damn it, let's go all out. Jiang Xiao continued to activate enmity and let the flames burn him. Damn it, I'm a coward. At the same time, Xia Yan was about to arrive. Jiang Xiao was indignant. The pain not only made him more courageous, but also infuriated him. He cast Blessing. Succeeded. The instantaneous blessing did not require a lot of star power and was actually not affected by the strange flames at all. Instead, it was released by Jiang Xiao. Jiang Zhao's heart sank to the bottom. Jiang Xiao had clearly studied everyone in Jiangbin High School thoroughly. The moment Jiang Xiao raised his right hand, everyone on the other side subconsciously leaped to the right. Their movements were so neat and uniform. Prediction. Not to mention Shi, it would be difficult for the other three contestants from number 32 high school who were in the nebula stage to avoid the instantaneous blessing. Hence, they could only make predictions based on Jiang Zhao's actions. Jiang Xiao was not a fool. He didn't want to wave his hand and use blessing, nor did he want to let others know what he was going to do. However, it was an irreplaceable action that came with blessing. What did the four of them jump at the same time prove? They were saying, I don't care who you want to bless. This is our conditioned reflex action. You won't be able to bless anyone. At the same time, Xia Yan was intercepted by the enemy shield warrior, Gao Kuan. The tall and burly Gao Kun was holding onto a blazing flame shield and blocking Xia Yan's way. The flame shield was not like the eggshell shield that Han Jiangxue and Yingxi had. Instead, it was in the shape of a regular shield. The giant sword and the flame shield collided violently. Xia Yan's eyes were menacing and her body was suddenly ignited in flames. After the slash, she actually lowered her body to launch a surprise attack and reached out to grab the opponent's flame shield. At the next moment, Gao Kun leaped to the right abruptly and changed from a blocking action to a dodging action. That directly disrupted Gao Kun's defensive rhythm, and he was forced to retreat by Xia Yan. However, even so, Gao Kun was still multitasking. As soon as he saw Jiang Shao raise his hand, he would ignore everything else and leap to the side immediately, regardless of who Jiang Shao was giving blessing to. A despairing scene appeared. The strange white flame lines also appeared on Xia Yan's body. Something that could clearly be resolved with an ordinary purification technique was put in a passive situation because of the lack of star techniques. Strictly speaking, Jiang Shao should be the one to take the blame. Li Wei and Han Jiangxue could both have that star technique, but Li Wei's last star slot absorbed perception and contributed to the preliminary competition in the ancient imperial mausoleum. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue only had explosive output star techniques, summoning star techniques, and defensive star techniques. She did not have any auxiliary star techniques. From the moment the battle began, Yingxi had never been idle. His star power seemed to be free as he frantically unleashed volcanic eruption at Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao. At this moment, the ground beneath their feet had already been torn apart, and they could suffer a fatal blow at any time. Li Yuan, the tinfoil scalded boy, did not do anything else from the beginning to the end. He did his job as a doctor conscientiously. A series of star techniques continued to fall from the sky. After healing Yingxi's body, he began to switch star techniques to restore Yingxi's star power. Jiang Shao was constantly retreating while being protected by Li Wei. He made up his mind and waved his hand forcefully. The four enemies took a step to the right in unison. A low moan sounded all of a sudden. The shield warrior Gao Kun actually stepped into the holy light. No one expected Jiang Shao to be able to analyze and respond calmly in such a critical situation in such a short period of time. His actions were astonishing. The people from number 32 high school were predicting, and so was Jiang Shao. He cast a blessing on Gao Kun's right, and when Gao Kun saw Jiang Shao raise his hand, he instinctively moved to the right and caught the beam of blessing. Screech! A burning wooden sword pierced through Gao Kun's chest at the moment when his body stiffened and he moaned. Ruthless, decisive. The giant sword was large and wide. In fact, it pierced through Gao Kun's upper body vertically. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle was extremely short, sharp, and urgent. Gao Kun has lost his ability to fight. Xia Yan stepped on Gao Kun's body and pulled the giant sword out. At the next moment, Gao Kun's body was dragged away. Dragged away in the air? Are there staff members who are invisible? Not only that, but several rays of white light also focused on Gao Kun's body and accompanied him all the way out of the arena. They did their best to protect the contestant's life. Xia Yan's face was covered in blood. Her clothes were tattered, and her skin was covered in ugly burn marks. She was also affected by Yingxi's strange flames, and the star power covering her body was intermittent. Sometimes, it couldn't even protect her delicate skin. However, Xia Yan didn't care and simply endured everything that she thought she had to bear. Her short, curly chestnut-colored hair was charred. Once the star power covered it, it would quickly protect her hair. Once the star power was abruptly cut off, not to mention her hair, even her handsome face had been burned to the point of disfigurement and ugliness. Only her eyes were bright, determined, and filled with the desire to win. She carried the burning giant sword and strode towards Yingxi while her body was covered in flames. It was unclear whether they were friends or foes. My name is Xia Yan. I deserve a name. Chapter 333. Oh my God! Yi Xuanyang covered her mouth and stared at Xia Yin in astonishment. Why is Xia Yin standing in the ring? There's a reason for everything. She's more outstanding than you, and she's even more hardworking than you are. What right do you have to question her? Xia Yin, who was charred and badly mutilated, looked even more shocking. However, in reality, there were plenty of people who were more severely injured than Xia Yin during the competition and training. She merely looked serious on the surface and seemed to be more shocking. One could imagine what kind of inhuman suffering the Awakened had gone through to get to where they were today. Jiang Xiao couldn't catch his breath at all. It was really difficult for him to use star techniques that required a large amount of star power, such as Platinum Sound of Silence. However, Jiang Xiao still tried his best to throw Bell out amidst the panic. Before he went on stage, Jiang Xiao had already left imprint on his team members. After all, there was no harm in being prepared. At this moment, it had indeed come in handy. The clear and melodious sound of Bell finally sounded, and the flickering medical light shone on Li Wei, who was struggling to resist. He then rushed towards Xia Yin, who was on the enemy's side. All of a sudden, a purplish-blue oval portal appeared in front of Yingxi. Is it a portal? Or is it storage space? Or is it similar to Han Jiangshue's Sky Smasher? Yingxi waved his hand, and Xia Yin, who was flying at a high speed, straightened her back and bent her body like a bow. She then sped up and flew towards Yingxi. Xia Yin! Han Jiangxue exclaimed in shock. At this rate, Xia Yin would be able to plunge into Yingxi's purplish-blue space portal. However, it was already good enough that Han Jiangxue could maintain the flame's shield while being disturbed by the strange white flames. If you let her, there was no way Han Jiangxue wouldn't save Xia Yin. Hence, she subconsciously used Barren Wind. Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and thought, as long as I don't use star techniques that require a large amount of star power, will I be able to avoid the interference of the strange flames? At the next moment, Han Jiangxue fell into the cracked ground, and her right leg was submerged in the volcano. Sky Smasher could block one side, but it couldn't block the eruptions from all directions. The flame shield had once been able to protect her, but now she couldn't control herself. All of this happened too suddenly. Otherwise, Zhang Zhao's Zhongling would have prioritized healing Han Jiangxue. At this moment, Zhongling chased and eventually caught up to Xia Yin, who had been blown off course by Han Jiangxue, and began to heal her body. Jiang Xiao raised his hand abruptly, and the three enemies moved horizontally in unison. This time they did not move to the right, but to the left and the back. However, Jiang Xiao simply raised his hand without using any star techniques. Jiang Xiao looked anxious and raised his hand to buy some precious time for Xia Yin. However, he was staring at Han Jiangxue, who had fallen into the crack in the distance. The flame shield on Han Jiangxue's body seemed to be on the verge of shattering at any moment. Not only was the durability of the flame shield reaching its end, but Han Jiangxue was also being disrupted by Yingxi's strange flames, causing the shield to appear intermittently. It shattered. The flame shield was finally broken. Jiang Xiao threw Bell at Han Jiangxue with all his might with the help of half a breath of oxygen. Han Jiangxue's shield shattered. Before that, Han Jiangxue pulled her leg out of the crack and quickly retreated to the side. However, where was there a safe place? Yingxi had almost turned half of the battlefield into a volcanic zone. Yingxi retreated calmly, clearly knowing what was more important. He first put down Xia Yin, who was at the side, and then put the strange flames on Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao. Is he going to control me until I die? Jiang Xiao was finally getting his retribution for manipulating others in the past. To make matters worse, Yin Mi, who was a melee fighter, had already joined the battle with Xia Yin. All of a sudden, Xia Yin's eyes were filled with Wu Haoyang's image. The long Zamadeo was indeed somewhat similar to Wu Haoyang's crescent sword. However, after 2 moves, Xia Yin realized that she was wrong. Wu Haoyang was bold and unrestrained, and his honest character could be seen in every move he made. He did not use any unorthodox methods, and was instead full of righteousness. However, Emi's Amadeo was strange, cunning, vicious, and lethal. He would always be able to attack Xia Yan's vital parts from all sorts of strange angles. It was really terrifying. One was a ferocious tiger, while the other was a venomous snake. Their methods were different, but they were equally lethal. Jiang Zhao's feet suddenly became unstable, and the ground cracked open, almost drowning him. Xiaopi. Li Wei's perception was very high. He leaped backward abruptly and pressed his shield against the ground with his left hand. He then slid sideways towards Jiang Zhao. Along the way, Li Wei was drowned in the flames and magma that were spewing out. Jiang Zhao endured the intense pain and sank into the torn ground, allowing the scorching flames to baptize him. It was as if he had to complete a mission, even if he had to give up his legs. What kind of mission? Han Jiangxue discovered that she could still use star techniques that required less star power. She actually blew Shi into the air with barren wind. After that, Han Jiangxue was completely trapped in the crack in the ground. Beep, beep. The sharp whistle was short and rapid. Han Jiangxue has lost her ability to fight. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium were in an uproar. Han Jiangxue has lost her ability to fight. The quality of the staff at the scene was extremely high. The purification, healing, and concealment were done in one go. Several white rays of light darted into the crack immediately. The invisible person was still there and immediately pulled Han Jiangxue out. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue had really fainted from the bombardment. Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table and yelled, "It's over." The king of Beijiang, Han Jiangxue's shield has shattered, and she has fallen into the crack of the volcano. She has fainted from the explosion. Most importantly, she took the initiative to give up on escaping and let herself fall into the crack just to blow Yingxi into the sky. Yi Xuanyang asked, "Why is she so strong-willed? What's the purpose of doing that? If she dodges, there might still be a chance. Even if the entire place is filled with volcanoes, with her physique, she's still..." Kai Xiaoqi yelled agitatedly, "A chance. Everything is for a chance. She's using her life in exchange for a chance." Yi Xuanyang covered her chest with her tiny hands and said in a trembling voice, "Do we really have to be so shocked?" Jiang Xiaopi seized the opportunity created by Sister. He seized the opportunity, but does Xiaopi have a death wish too? It turned out that Yingxi, who had been blown into the sky, was a little flustered. As soon as he stabilized his body with his Wind Series star technique, he was shrouded by a pillar of holy light. Like a bird flying in the sky that was hit by a stone shot from a slingshot, Yingxi lost control and fell straight down. Jiang Zhao's legs had also sunk into the crack, and he was being bombarded. Damn it. Even though he's being attacked, his resentment still hasn't been triggered? What kind of probability is that? At this moment, the person who should have appeared the most, at the most appropriate time, at the most appropriate place appeared. Li Wei had never forgotten his mission. He held onto the shield with one hand and plunged into the crack. To be exact, he was dashing towards Jiang Zhao. Li Wei grabbed Jiang Zhao's palm with his right hand and pulled him out of the abyss, which was filled with magma and flames. Li Wei was furious and tried his best to throw him towards the relatively safe midfield. Rumble. At the next moment, Li Wei plunged into the crack, and the flames of the explosion engulfed him again. How many people's efforts were needed in exchange for a beautiful ending? Jiang Zhao, who was thrown into the air, twisted his body and landed heavily on the ground. In fact, he was even rolling around continuously. Yi Xuanyang clenched her fists nervously and yelled, "Han Jiangxue, Jiang Zhao, the hard work of the two team members has finally created an opportunity. Can Xia Yan seize the opportunity that the two of them have created for her?" Xia Yan suddenly raised her sword, and a ray of green glow scattered. The divine technique, green glow, that had nurtured the growth of generations of Beijiang, once again showed its proper form. Emi, who had been pestering her endlessly, was repelled. Xia Yan's face, which had been healed by Zhongling, was now stained with blood, making her shudder. There had never been such a soul-stirring glint in her eyes before. She gripped the giant sword tightly and tightened her slender thighs. She then arched her legs and leaped into the air, aiming the giant's sword at Ing Shi. Alarmed, Imi supported herself with her Zamadeo and leaped into the air. Li Yuan was dumbfounded. He could attack, but his starfall went straight up and down. Hence, he couldn't attack Xia Yan at all. Ing Shi, who was above her, would receive all the stars. Let's heal her then. I hope that Xia Yan will make a mistake. However, would anyone really make a mistake at such a time? Screech. A series of strange sounds were heard, followed by a horrifying scene. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium fell silent. The scene was a little too tragic. Stop when it's appropriate? No. At such a moment, the awakened who were giving their all could no longer stop. They were all getting more ferocious than the other. Beep, beep. The referee whistled again. Ing Shi, Xia Yan, and Li Wei have lost their ability to fight. Cough, cough, cough. Xia Yan's face was bleeding profusely, and her slender fingers were digging into the ground. Her back had actually been slashed by the Zamadeo, and the deep wound made one feel afraid that Xia Yan would be severed at the waist. Ing Shi, who had fallen from the sky and couldn't control himself, was pierced by Xia Yan. The wooden sword was inserted into Ing Shi's lower abdomen and scattered at the side, along with Ing Shi. Xia Yan's vision turned black, and before she fainted, the corners of her lips that were dripping with blood were curled up slightly. She deserved to have a name. The three people who had lost their ability to fight were quickly dragged out of the stadium by the staff for treatment. The tens of thousands of people in the stadium were already silent. Tragic. It was too tragic. There had never been such a tragic scene since the semifinals. What kind of youngsters are they? For the sake of victory and glory, they're actually so persistent that they are willing to sacrifice their lives. What kind of beliefs are they harboring in their hearts? What degree of thirst for victory was contained in their unswerving eyes? Everyone was shocked to discover that the awakened were really different from what they had imagined. They were a group of people who were really fighting for glory with their lives. Li Yuan watched dumbfoundedly as she was carried away. All of a sudden, he felt that something was amiss and hurriedly dodged. However, Zhongling still clung to him. Afterwards, the leaping medical ray returned to the enemy's side of the field, making Li Yuan realize that he was just a tool. Zhongling only needed a target to leap to achieve the effect of turning back. Li Yuan, who wasn't hurt, became a good tool. Wow, stand up, stand up. He can still move. He's still alive. There was an uproar in the stadium, and the buzzing sounds of discussion filled the air. Immediately afterwards, cheers, encouragement, applause, and shouts filled the entire stadium. It was as if they were about to explode more than the volcanoes on the ground. That was because the child who was lying on the ground in the middle quickly grew new flesh on his broken legs. The unique sound of Zhongling was accompanied by his presumptuous, throaty voice. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, his movements were difficult and he staggered a little. His slightly thin and weak body climbed up shakily. Chapter 334. Thank you to the leader of the Knights of Bloody Battle for the reward of 120,000 cheating coins. The boss is generous and will update at the end of April. It's a 4,500-word chapter. I hope you guys like it. Xiaopi, Jiang Xiaopi. Su Ro, who was watching the live stream at home, yelled excitedly in a hoarse voice. She looked at the back of the camera and couldn't help but burst into tears. She covered her eyes with her hands, but tears continued to flow through the gaps between her fingers. Su Ro's state affected too many people in the live stream. After all, it was the base camp of the fans of Jiangbin High School. Hence, when they saw Jiang Zhao's swaying figure, they felt extremely upset. Although they felt upset, no matter how much support they had, the facts and their abilities were right there. Our side has a healer, and the enemy has a healer and a melee fighter. How are we going to fight? How are we going to fight? This is the national finals, and our opponents are the champions. Yet you want to fight them 1-on-2? If it was Han Jiangxue, it might be possible, but if it was Jiang Xiao, it's over, it's all over. What's the point of fighting? Pack up and go home for the Lunar New Year. They've already performed very well. They've really done very well. Don't scold them. Yeah, they shouldn't be standing there in the first place. They really fought with their lives on the line. Don't say such depressing things here. As long as they don't die, continue to fight. It's just a simple action of getting up. Why did I cry? That Zamadeo is too ruthless. Xia Yan was almost cut in half at the waist. Xiaopi, stop fighting. Don't get hurt again. You're just a support. There's really no need to fight with the warrior. The barrage of comments drowned the lonely figure on the screen. The enemy's half of the field was covered in green. Their half of the field was scorched and in a mess. It was a tragedy caused by purification. To be precise, Jiangbin High School was in such a state because they did not have a star technique of purification. Jiang Xiao had always said that blessing could break all laws. Because blessing restored vitality, it could detoxify, heal burns, frostbite, and even dispel mental attacks due to its characteristics. However, blessing could not break through the frost on a person's body or extinguish the flames on a person's body. Blessing could not do anything about it either. Rumble. Bursts of muffled thunder came from the sky, and dark clouds covered the sky. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, the rain poured down, but it did not make people feel any coolness. It was a sultry day, a sultry rain, and even the wind was sultry. The green field was already a mess. The ground was torn apart, lava flowed, and flames filled the air. The rain came just in time. No one expected that the rain would become heavier and heavier. Amidst the layers of rain, Dr. Li Yuan of No. 32 High School smoothed his tinfoil hair, a strange smile on his face as he looked at Enmi on his right. Enmi turned to the left and smiled at Li Yuan. She then dragged her long Zamadeo and walked towards Jiang Xiao. His light and vigorous steps silently stepped on the green lawn, but it was as if he was stepping into the hearts of the crowd. Jiang Xiao's actions were even more heart-wrenching as he subconsciously took a step back. He reached behind him, only to feel empty air. The giant sword that he used to carry on his back had long been blown away by the volcanic eruptions. Jiang Xiao looked around and saw the wooden giant sword that was still burning in the flames. Perhaps Jiang Zhao's swordsmanship was better than Xia Yan's, but at this moment, he was at a disadvantage. Just like Jiang Xiao, Xia Yan was also affected by the strange flames and could not control herself. The star power covering her body was intermittent. However, even though Xia Yan's hair was burnt and her face was disfigured, the giant sword in her hand was still protected by layers of star power. At this moment, her blood-stained giant sword had landed in the enemy's half of the field. Due to the fact that the staff wanted to heal Ing Shi as soon as possible, they pulled the giant sword out of his body and threw it on the ground. The dark red blood on the broad and thick blade flowed freely under the washing of the rain. Emi dragged her Zamadeo and trotted forward, after which her figure suddenly disappeared and melted into the rain. To everyone's astonishment, Jiang Xiao actually dashed forward too. Kai Xiaoqi exclaimed in shock. Jiang Xiaopi is actually fighting with Enmi. What is he trying to do? Yi Xuanyang said, is he going to fight Enmi in close combat with his bare hands? Is this kid crazy? Is Jiang Xiao crazy? Without the restrictions of the strange flames, he could indeed go crazy. Huff! Jiang Xiao extended his right hand forward, and the invisible Enmi's pupils constricted slightly as he tilted to the left abruptly. However, Jiang Xiao did not throw out blessing, but the area of effect silence. Platinum sound of silence. Enmi felt a tightness in his chest and a sweet taste in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it, this is silence. Enmi's figure, which had just disappeared, was actually smashed out. The audience finally came to their senses. Jiang Xiao was not a weak support. He was a wolf in sheep's clothing. The star power in Enmi's body surged wildly and messed up his body. While they were stunned, Jiang Xiao and Yinmi were about to collide. Li Yuan, who was at the back, clearly felt that something was amiss. He had been with Yinmi for several years and was naturally very familiar with Yinmi's movements. Clearly, Yinmi had been hit. Without hesitation, Li Yuan threw a starfall at him. Jiang Xiao hurriedly dodged to the right, and the dazzling starfall smashed onto the ground, causing a huge pit to appear. Jiang Xiao brushed past the stiff Yinmi and without saying a word. He raised his hand and threw a sound of silence at Li Yuan. Ahem, ahem. Li Yuan's face immediately turned the color of a pig's liver. Jiang Xiao brushed past Yinmi, but did not stop. Instead, he continued running towards the enemy's side of the field. Li Yuan staggered and even trembled a little. Clearly, he had been hit by sound of silence. Is this really sound of silence? Li Yuan was cursing in his heart when he saw Jiang Xiao charging towards him. Li Yuan hurriedly ran away and tried to leave the area of effective sound of silence. However, Jiang Xiao's star power seemed to be free as the platinum sound of silence continuously smashed onto Li Yuan's head. Jiang Xiao dashed forward quickly and made use of the momentum to slide on the slippery turf. That was a standard celebratory move after scoring a goal. However, Jiang Xiao was not celebrating. Instead, he picked up the giant sword left behind by Xia Yin and sprang up from his knees. He then continued to dash towards Li Yuan. Jiang Xiao raised his hand abruptly, and Li Yuan, who was running in front, and Yinmi, who was chasing after him, tilted their bodies. Jiang Xiao merely raised his hand and touched his face that was drenched by the rain. Wow, this support is really tough. Oh my god, charge, charge! While the audience was in an uproar, Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table fiercely. Jiang Xiaopi picked up the sword. He picked up the sword left behind by Xia Yan. He didn't give up. Is he trying to carve out a future? Yi Xuanyang's eyes lit up. Xiaopi is charging towards Li Yuan. Jiang Xiaopi is charging towards the enemy support. He wielded the sword with his left hand and used sound of silence with his right hand. One was attacking while the other was controlling. No helpers? No problem. Another shot of sound of silence restricted Yinmi's movements once again. Not only did Yinmi kneel on the ground, but he also felt his heart sink. Without Yingxi's restraint, this support is actually so ferocious. However, Jiang Xiao did not give up and shot out a thick black line. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's star power was already depleted. Star beads were not allowed to be used to replenish star power during the competition, but it didn't matter. Yinmi was now Jiang Xiao's human-shaped star bead. Yinmi resisted the urge to vomit blood. Before he could snap back to his senses, he felt the star power in his body disappearing rapidly. Platinum countercurrent light. In everyone's eyes, the line between Jiang Xiao and Yinmi was lengthened infinitely. In Li Yuan's world, Jiang Xiao's figure was magnified infinitely. Li Yuan continuously retreated while holding up the flame shield with one hand and shooting a series of starfall at him. Huff. Sound of silence. Soul imprint. Cough, cough. Li Yuan couldn't help but cough loudly and spit out a mouthful of blood. He bent over and placed one hand on his knee. His star technique was forcibly interrupted in the process, and his body suffered a great deal of damage from sound of silence. The shield in his hand was gone, and so were the starfall in the sky. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, Jiang Xiao actually dragged his sword and rushed into the sound of silence. Beep, beep. The referee's whistle sounded again. Li Yuan has lost his ability to fight. There are no invisible staff members dragging him, nor were there any healing rays coming from the outside. Everything was back to normal again. Jiang Xiao's huge sword slid past Li Yuan's neck, but he did not hurt him at all. Jiang Xiao stepped out of the sound of silence and wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth. My sound of silence. Are you afraid? The 60,000 people in the stadium fell silent as they stared at Jiang Xiao dumbfoundedly. They never expected the story to be filled with twists and turns. How could such an accident happen at the end of the competition? A support In a situation where the enemy melee fighter was present, had forcefully cleared out the enemy support under the enemy melee fighter's eyes, Jiang Shao took a deep breath and tried to ease the agitated star power. He wiped his eyes that were blurred by the rainwater and pointed the giant sword at Enmi. Now it's fair. There was an uproar in the stadium. Now it's fair? What kind of nonsense is that? You're just a support. Do you know that? Your star techniques are meant to be used to assist others. The opponent is a melee fighter, and his star techniques are meant for killing. Yet, you're saying, now it's fair? Thunder rumbled and it rained heavily. The applause and cheers of the audience could not be concealed at all. Would the young man with the giant blade be like a brave warrior who turned the tide and supported the collapsing building? Or will he be like a clown who hides a knife in his smile? This world needs heroes. This world needs heroes. Imi was at a loss for words. In a one-on-one battle, it was really difficult for him to get out of Jiang Zhao's line of sight. Even though he had an invisibility star technique, it was rendered useless in front of Jiang Shao. At this moment, Imi's internal injuries were dragging him down, and the star power that was running amok in his body made him suffer greatly. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Zhao's sound of silence seemed to be free, and the thick countercurrent light was once again connected to Imi, who was staggering in his steps, frantically absorbing the star power in his body. The platinum-quality sound of silence consumed a lot of star power. If Jiang Shao had a blue bar, he would be able to clearly see that every time he used sound of silence, his star power would drop by a large amount. That instead helped the countercurrent light, and the star power in Jiang Zhao's body decreased rapidly, while the countercurrent light rapidly absorbed the star power from Imi's body. Jiang Shao was feeling better, but Imi felt like he was dying. The audience was dumbfounded. Imi was a melee fighter, and his star power level was higher than Jiang Zhao's. He should have had a professional advantage and a physical advantage, but what happened in the end? Imi was walking towards Jiang Shao step by step. He did not roll or crawl, but he was really staggering. Imi could not use his martial arts and was completely controlled by the sound of silence. However, Imi did not give up. He only had one goal in mind, and that was to get close to Jiang Shao. Get close to him. Let this damned support hold back for fear of hurting the innocent. Make him unable to use sound of silence. When Imi went through the ordeal and endured the excruciating pain in his body, he rushed over physically and mentally. However, Jiang Shao gave up on sound of silence. Why? Due to the fact that Jiang Shao and Imi share their star power, they could not cast silence. The vigorous star power in Imi's body had been destroyed by Jiang Shao. Is there anything more disgusting in this world than using your star power to silence you? Their star power was almost depleted. Jiang Shao gave up on the countercurrent light and used nostalgia. I heard that nostalgia and dawn are more compatible. A timescale suddenly appeared under Jiang Zhao's feet and rotated quickly. At the same time, Jiang Shao swung his giant sword and charged forward. Come on, bayonet, close combat. Don't be a coward if you're a man. Jiang Zhao's face was full of fighting spirit, and his rampage ignited the stadium with tens of thousands of people. Imi was cursing in his heart. Are you full of King food and drink? What about me? You drain my star power, smash my head, and cause my body to bleed. Yet, you want to fight me with a bayonet now. Are you going to die? Bang! Raindrops splashed everywhere. Imi, who had just been focused on by sound of silence, was really fighting with his willpower. If it were any other support, it might only limit Imi's performance. However, this was Jiang Shao. His sound of silence could smash someone to death. The wooden giant sword in Jiang Zhao's hand brushed against the side of the Zamadeo, causing a bloody wound to appear on Imi's shoulder and upper arm. Imi's already pale face was about to turn ashen and stiff. Under the effect of nostalgia, the small amount of star power in Imi's body was all absorbed by Jiang Zhao's giant sword from the beginning of the competition until now. When Jiang Shao faced Imi and Li Yuan alone, the situation was completely one-sided. No one would believe that Jiang Shao was actually suppressing the two of them. Yin was controlled from the beginning to the end, without any room to struggle or resist. In fact, he couldn't even keep a little bit of star power, as Jiang Shao had snatched it all away. Ah! Yin dragged his seriously injured body and roared angrily. Even the heavy rain could not stop his indignant roar. Yin's movements had already changed, and he was like a trapped beast that was fighting. It made everyone sigh. Jiang Shao did his best and did not slack off at all. Xiao family swordsmanship 10th form. Jiang Shao raised his giant sword abruptly, and his words caught everyone's attention. Is he still hiding a dagger behind his smile? However, the young man's face was so determined that he didn't seem to be joking. Yin held the sword with both hands and slashed at it, only to hear Jiang Zhao's voice. 10th form, great compassion. Jiang Shao raised the sword with both hands, but it was accompanied by a blessing gesture. Yin was bewitched, and he jumped away from the spot without reflex. The holy pillar of light enveloped Yin, causing him to completely lose his composure. Great compassion. This blessing will ensure that your life is in no danger. Great compassion. This giant sword will shatter your lifelong dreams. Bang! The giant sword with a rich green glow fell. It was covered with star power and had a strong attacking effect. It actually cut the wooden sword in half and slashed at Yin's chest. Yin, who had already suffered serious internal injuries, finally couldn't bear it anymore. He spat out blood and flew backward. Beep, beep. The whistle pierced through the heavy rain. Yin has lost his ability to fight. Jiang Shao panted heavily. A bolt of lightning cut through the sky and lit up his dark eyes that were mixed with rain. Great compassion, great compassion, great victory. Chapter 335. This chapter was chapter 328. The previous chapter was written incorrectly. Victory, plus 10 skill points. Champion of a national high school league, plus 30 skill points. Current skill points. 113 Jiang Shao inserted the giant sword into the ground and held the hilt with his left hand while wiping his wet face with his right hand. He then rubbed his eyes that were mixed with rainwater. Jiang Shao gave Yin 2 bells in a row before giving himself a blessing. While healing Yin, he also healed himself. During the first half of the battle, which was before Jiang Shao emptied Yin's star power, he had been connecting the two of them with countercurrent light. Although the absorption of Yin's star power was extremely effective, he was also transferring vitality to Yin at the same time. In other words, in the first half, although Yin was the one who suffered internal injuries and Jiang Shao was not in pain, Jiang Shao had been using his vitality to support Yin. When Yin's star power was depleted, Jiang Shao put away countercurrent light and replaced it with nostalgia. Only then did he purely and crazily absorb Yin's star power and vitality. However, even so, Jiang Shao still felt uncomfortable at this moment. His blood was boiling, and after the intense killing had passed, Jiang Shao chose to heal himself steadily. What did the internal star map show just now? 113 skill points? There were 3 competitions, the top 8, the top 4, and the finals. 10 skill points for each competition, totaling 30 points. In addition to the 30 points from the National League, Jiang Shao had obtained a total of 60 skill points. I guess it's just passable. I'd rather go to the snowfield to kill foreign invaders and get more skill points. Jiang Shao suddenly realized that it might be a good thing for him to stay in the nebula stage for a while longer. After all, if his star power realm was low, there would be a greater chance of leapfrogging when fighting against foreign enemies. Jiang Shao looked at his gains on the internal star map and was relatively calm. However, the world had gone crazy. As the referee waved the flag and announced that Yin had lost the ability to fight, the entire stadium erupted in an uproar. The rain could not dampen the enthusiasm of the people as they applauded, cheered, and whistled. Kai Xiaoqi slammed the table so hard that his palms turned red. Jiang Xiaopi finally revealed the 10th form of the Xia family swordsmanship. Its name was Great Compassion, and Great Compassion. Jiang Xiaopi actually won. Oh my god, is this real? Yi Xuanyang was so agitated that she covered her chest with her hands. Her lips were trembling, and she couldn't speak for a long time. Kai Xiaoqi realized that there was no one else to back him up. Hence, he had no choice but to continue the conversation. This is the first time that the representative team of Beijiang Province has made it to the semi-finals, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. This dark horse actually stayed dark to the end, overturning all the tyrants along the way. Yi Xuanyang finally took a deep breath. Her face was flushed as she echoed excitedly. Yes, the preliminary round will be against Team King, Nanyue Province's Great Bay High School. The semifinals will be against the traditional powerhouse, Nankai High School of Tianjin, and the finals will be against Imperial City's number 32 High School. The value of this championship is so high that it's scary. Kai Xiaoqi, that's right. The moment the final started, Ying Shi shocked everyone. After Yuan Qinghua and Han Jiangxue, he became the third Galaxy Stage overlord of the cohort and trampled on the students of Jiangbin High School. The Galaxy Overlord Han Jiangxue even perished together with Ying Shi. Yi Xuanyang said, "The cohort of Cohort 2016 is really full of powerhouses. It's extremely exciting and full of ups and downs. It's really a big show." Kai Xiaoqi said, "The Dark Horse and the 8th Black Horse are going to fight for the championship. The Overlord of the Galaxy Stage is going to be called the King in the end. What kind of director would dare to take on such a script?" While the two hosts were chatting on stage, Jiang Xiao felt that someone was rushing towards him. "Oh my god! Xiaopi! Xiaopi, I love you!" Accompanied by the moving shouts, a tall figure darted into the venue and broke through the layers of rain, pouncing towards Jiang Xiao like a husky. How could Jiang Xiao not have noticed it? He just didn't dare to dodge. If he were to dodge the human cannonball in front of everyone, the husky would probably go crazy, wouldn't it? After all, she still cared about her pride. Plop! Jiang Xiao was knocked to the ground by Xia Yin and was even used as a skateboard. The two of them slid on the wet turf for several meters. Star warriors, especially those who were auxiliary, were really too powerful. Xia Yin looked like she was about to be cut in half just now, but she was already full of energy and vigor now. However, even though the medical star warrior healed Xia Yan's burnt face and her badly mutilated body, he couldn't heal her short hair that had been burnt. "It's great that you're all right." Jiang Xiao hugged Xia Yan's body in a flurry and tried to get up to look out of the venue while speaking. If the husky had been completely healed, Han Jiangxue and Li Wei should be fine too, right? That should be the case. If something had happened to the two of them, Xia Yan wouldn't have been so happy. "We won. We won. The 10th move, Great Compassion. I like this name." Xia Yan exclaimed excitedly. Mua Jiangxiao was dumbfounded because not only did Xia Yan use him as a skateboard, but she even held Jiang Zhao's head with both hands and kissed his cheek while they were sliding on the turf. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. The people of the world were watching. The two of them finally stopped, and Xia Yan propped her upper body up and knelt on Jiang Zhao's body. She then rubbed his buzz cut and said, "You're indeed my good disciple. You surpassed me." "So, teacher-student, what kind of terrible move is that?" Jiang Xiao frantically pushed Xia Yan away, and she stood up, pulling Jiang Xiao along with her. She was overly agitated and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xia Yan continued to cluck her tongue in admiration, seemingly in disbelief. "You really did it. You're just a toxic healer, but you actually won against two opponents at the same time. You even fought against the enemy's melee and support combination. You actually won." Amidst the pouring rain, Jiang Xiao wiped his wet face. Jiang Xiao smiled faintly, concealing his merits and reputation. Not every drop of milk is called a special loser. Hai Tianqing, who had just rushed over to celebrate, suddenly had an urge to kick Jiang Xiao to death when he heard his words. "What do you mean? Who are you looking down on? Do we, the healers, deserve to lose?" Hai Tianqing didn't have a chance to flare up because Li Wei and Han Jiangxue had also run over. Han Jiangxue was a girl, after all, and she wasn't as crazy as the husky. Hence, she was a little more reserved. Li Wei's actions were rather drastic. He opened his arms and seemed to want to hug Jiang Shao, but in fact he was treating Jiang Shao like a skateboard. Xia Yin felt her vision blur. Jiang Shao was right in front of her just now. How did he suddenly disappear? When he turned around, he saw that the poor toxic healer had been pounced on by the tall and burly Li Wei. He was being pressed under Li Wei's body and sliding on the wet lawn. Xiaopi, Xiaopi, you're amazing. Li Wei laughed and shouted Jiang Zhao's name repeatedly. Jiang Shao had never seen the usually calm Li Wei so excited. Perhaps he had really underestimated the value of the National League champion to an awakened. With Hai Tianqing's help, Li Wei finally suppressed the joy of victory. Jiang Shao also stood up, and as soon as he stabilized himself, he saw Han Jiangxue standing beside Xia Yin not too far away. The rain gradually subsided, and there were also rays of sunlight tearing through the dark clouds in the distant sky. Rays of light shone on the ground, and he believed that the sky would clear up soon. Little Jiangxue was dressed in a brand new but already drenched uniform, and her long black hair was stuck to her ears. Her exquisite face was full of joy, and she was looking at Jiang Shao with pride in her eyes. Jiang Shao opened his arms. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows. As soon as Jiang Shao got up from the grass, he immediately lay on the ground again and adjusted his posture. He said, "Hurry, they've hugged each other just now. You're the only one left." Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao and spat with a smile. "Go." Everyone, please calm down. We're setting up the award stage, and the award ceremony will be held in half an hour. Contestants, please leave first. The host's voice suddenly filled the venue. Hai Tianqing hurriedly pulled Jiang Shao, who was lying on the ground, up and led everyone back to the players' locker room. Everyone had been celebrating despite the heavy rain just now. Clearly, they had gotten wet again. Half an hour was just enough time for them to shower and change their clothes. After repeatedly confirming that Han Jiangxue's injuries were not serious, and to be exact, there wasn't even a scar on her body, Jiang Shao felt at ease and went to shower and change his clothes. Half an hour later, when the students obeyed the summons and walked into the arena again, the sky had already cleared up and the sun was shining on the ground. The scene was beautiful. Amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers of the audience, the team from Jiangbin High School was the last to enter the arena. The runner-up team from Beijing No. 32 High School had just finished presenting the award, and they exited the arena on the other side. The two teams did not pass by each other again, but they looked at each other from afar for a few seconds. The shield warrior Gao Kun, the melee fighter Yin Mi, and the assistant Li Yuan did not say anything, but their leader, Ying Shi, was friendly to everyone. He even nodded at Han Jiangxue and Jiang Shao with a look of awe on his solemn and squarish face. At this moment, Ying Shi's aura and style were clearly superior to the other three members of the team. Next, let's welcome the champion team of the 2016 National High School League, Jiangbin High School, to the stage to receive the award. While the host was speaking passionately, the four of them quickly ascended the podium with light footsteps. Members of the champion team of the 2016 National High School League, Li Wei, Xia Yin, Han Jiangxue, Jiang Xiaopi. Your hard work and efforts have won the respect of everyone. Your names will also be recorded in history at this moment. As the award ceremony began, another shocking piece of news was announced by the host. The MVP of the 2016 National High School League Finals. Most valuable student is Jiang Xiaopi. Top that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.